have an unidentified flying object.
I'm Jack Osborne, and you're listening.
This is Hudson Hamane, and you're listening to...
I'm Richard C. Hoagland, and you're listening to...
I'm Art Bell, and you're listening to Dr. J Radio Live.
We have an unidentified flying object.
Greetings and welcome back to another episode of Dr. J Radio Live, broadcasting from the City of Angels, where I am, and so is my guest. But my co-host is not only across the United States, but is across the pond that we call the Atlantic Ocean, broadcasting straight from London, where it happens to be 3 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time, the one and only Johnny Webb, as we bring to you alternative media and news straight to you, literally globally. As always, we always want to have your take on the show, and we appreciate your comments that you've always submit and your questions. And tonight we bring back to you a special fan favorite who I am also very happily able to call my friend and a mentor, who's done so much, has been on the air for decades, and I mean decades as in plural. And he happens to be the one, the only, Mr. Sean David Morton. You're making the opening music, buddy.
Am I? Okay, sorry.
That's okay. That's what I was just saying. We're already on. So I brought you on, and this happens to be good because we just resumed live shows last night as after the election. And as you know, through this entire campaign cycle, I polled every single guest, on air or off air, not to mention listener, who they would like to see in office. Now, the only people that said they wanted Hillary was, of course, establishment, Democrat, who's been a Democrat lifelong, the governor and former POTUS candidate who lost to George Herbert Walker Bush in 1988, Mr. Michael Dukakis. He said Hillary, and Senator Mike Gravel from Alaska, who's a libertarian, but he said Hillary. Everybody else, because of course the other politicians were Republicans, all said Trump. Now, he won, but now you and I are both faced with these massive protests. I mean, it is impossible to get into Hollywood or Hollyweird, if you want to, depending on what you want to call it.
Hollyweird.
Yeah, downtown in Portland. This is happening in Chicago, New York City, and of course I'm going to get Johnny's point of view of what's happening in London after we speak to you for a quick second about what do you think is fueling these massive protests. I mean, half of these people that are protesting didn't even vote.
No, it was more than that. I mean, so close to 80% did vote, don't know what's going on, and have never learned anything that doesn't come out of a gadget that they poke in their hand. But maybe here I have a solution to it. If we just wheel up with a giant truck full of little trophies, hand them out and say, thank you for participating, they'll all go home.
Because they all want something free, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, that just, they were raised on everybody wins. You always get what you want. You get a trophy for participating, even though nobody kept score. So it's all okay, it's all fine, and they'll let you go home and kick back to their magic milk bottle of formula, because they deserve a drink after a long day of just running up and down being morons.
If they're old enough to drink, of course.
No, I'm talking about baby formula. I'm
Go
talking
back
to their
Are they not the perfect New World Order citizen, which is sort of, if you think of this, the curriculum of the United Nations, and to unteach the child what its parents have taught them so that it can become a universal citizen model. Is that not what we're sort of dealing with as a sort of repercussion of,
Well, because it's simpler than that. In the United States, in England, you actually have an educational system. In England, you have, that is some of the things that, even though the British...
They got healthcare.
Well, their healthcare is crap, but it's. I'm just saying that that England has invaded. My goodness, 100. Like almost every country on earth, England's invaded like 122 different countries. I don't think there's only There's only 22 countries on earth that England hasn't invaded. However, when England goes somewhere, they usually set up something pretty good. They give them a banking system that's sort of interesting. They give it one of the best educational systems in the world. When the United States goes into somewhere, we kick in your front door. We kick your dog, we rape your daughter, we wipe her ass on your pillow, and then we do donuts with our Humvees on your lawn.
That's right.
on our way out.
And
We don't
blast Guns N' Roses. Let's not forget that.
blast Guns N' Roses, right? And we don't leave anywhere better. So in the United States, we no longer have an educational system anymore. Ayn Rand was one of the people that really predicted this. She wrote. Now my family knew Ayn Rand. We had Ayn Rand over to dinner a couple of nights. And I told you about this epic thing where my Jewish stepfather, my born-again Christian mom, Ayn Rand, her boyfriend Brandon, who was not her husband, I just know he was kind of a creepy guy, and Eldridge Cleaver, who was the former leader of the Black Panthers, who actually fled to Angola, wrote a couple of books.
Really?
He wrote a book called Soul on Ice that was a big bestseller. Then he comes back from Angola as a rabid anti-communist and born-again Christian, by the way, and writes a book called Soul on Fire. His wife, Kathy, this is where it gets weirder. His wife, Kathy, was an anthropology professor at Stanford University, where she was a colleague of my aunt, Connie, with my mother's sister, who was also an anthropology professor at Stanford University. All I knew is that we were allowed to play with her kids once, and then my mother said never again, because she had kids. I'm not kidding. She had kids named Buttons, Cricket. I forget what the boy's name was. It was like Baru or something like that. But I had the weirdest cousins. I mean, they were just weird. They were like Lord of the Flies, like weird, swinging through the trees. Give them a banana, hippie children. And in the course of this, Ayn Rand had an article that she wrote. We got a lot of time tonight, so I can sort of slow down and tell some stories. But Ayn Rand wrote an article called the Capanoches was the name of it, not cappuccinos, but the Capanoches. And in this, she talked about how gypsies would kidnap babies, and they would raise the babies in vases. They would actually stuff these kids in put armholes in it, and they would raise them in vases or boxes, or so to basically mangle them in weird ways so they could use them as freaks in their kind of traveling circus show. And what Ayn Rand was pointing out was that and this is the 60s, early 70s, is that what the educational system was designed to do was to do exactly that, was to basically mangle the minds of these kids. So by the time they got out as the kind of freaks and weirdos that they breed, that they're not in any way, shape, or form educated, but they are in fact socialized. And they're socialized into thinking, it's all about global warming and the UN and, who landed on the moon, Martin Luther King. And, and all the things that happen to them where in essence, when you understand that it's the mind, that your brain that allows you to survive, what these children have gone through is that in essence that the educational system, it's like a mother bird like pecking the wings off her chicks, so that they can't actually fly, that all they can do is sort of roll around on the ground and become victims for other people. And let me tell you where you've seen these people before. You've seen them before in a book by George Orwell, a Fabian socialist known as Eric Blair as well, who wrote a book called Animal Farm. And in Animal Farm, as the pigs were taking over, that you had Boxer, who was the hardworking proletariat. You had all these rights for the animals when they took care of Farmer Brown, all these rights to the animals that they wrote on the back of the barn. And one by one, each of these rights went away. Very much like the Constitution, where you had the right to freedom of speech. Oh, now you have the right to freedom of speech, but only in free speech zones. You have the right to keep and bear arms, but oh no, there's all kinds of restrictions. You can't own bullets, and you can't do that. So one by one, these freedoms went away.
That's right.
And what would happen is every time the other animals would go, hey, wait a second, what's going on? And these other animals would rear up on their hind legs. The pigs would call out the sheep. And the sheep would come out and they'd go, bah, bah, pigs are more equal than others, or, more animals are more equal than others. And they would have these bleating things, and they would just drown out all opposition with basically just repeated idiocy. So what you're seeing in these quote riots, by the way, I got to pat myself on the head a bit because, no one else is going to. But on this program and on my show as we've been going along, not only did I continue to tell everybody that Donald Trump was going to be the president of the United States, that he was going to win by a landslide, that if he came within, I've been saying this for last year, if he came within 6 points of Hillary Clinton, that was the handicap that you had to give him for the fact that the entire establishment media, 25,000 forms of media in the United States, controlled by 6 people.
That's right.
Including, by the way, not a single major newspaper endorsed him, not a single comedian ever came out, because remember, these are all people that are controlled by an Illuminati infrastructure.
That's right. And let's not forget about the celebrities who all promised they'd leave the country if he's elected, and now they're all like, just kidding, or my family's here, and all this other stuff. I mean, it's just going off the wall. I've never even read about something like this in history.
Today, Oprah Winfrey moved to Canada, where she was eaten by a bear. So I want to come up with a sound effect on my show, because Cher says that she would move to Jupiter. So I just want her, I just want a sound effect of where she's going, you believe in love after love, and where she's then actually dissolved by the solar winds of Jupiter.
Yeah.
Where she's actually dropped into the red spot, where she's going, do you believe in She just dissolves. But, the heartening part about this is that, famed black lesbian Wanda Sykes and, famed slutty girl who basically has her entire comedy routine is about her vagina, were both booed off the stage, by the way, put in 2 places. Wanda Sykes came out and started shredding people, and they started yelling at her, and they booed her off the stage. And she dropped her mic and left because they can't stand anybody disagree with them, number one. And in Amy Schumer's, and by the way, Amy Schumer, the reason she's famous is because her uncle is none other than Charles, I want to grab your gun and throw it in a ditch, Schumer, who's now theoretically the most powerful man the most powerful Democrat in Washington as the minority leader of the Senate. But that's her uncle. That's Charles grab your gun Schumer is Amy Schumer's uncle. And not only did people start heckling her on the stage and start booing her, but 200 people actually just got up and walked out of her show and demanded refunds for how outrageous and disgusting she was. So when you look at, not only did I predict that Donald Trump was going to win, even though he was 6 points down, and I said that's his handicap. If he's 6 points down, he'll win the election. He wins the election by a landslide. And I then said, and here are my predictions for the election. You will then see a number of well staged and well paid for riots, all paid for, many of them paid for because it's MoveOn.org and whatever else, all paid for by Dr. Evil himself, George Soros.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because Johnny Webb actually talked about that last night, and we had a listener that Johnny Webb picked that up from the United Kingdom. This is what they're observing outside from here. This is why I love broadcasting to an international platform, because we get the ideas from the outside of here. And even they are recognizing Dr. Evil, like you said, George Soros, throwing billions of dollars to Hillary and via her foundation and everything else, and funding these protests. What are they getting? $16 a day and a sack lunch or something?
No, they get $16 an hour, a sack lunch, and they get medical insurance if a cop busts you in the face. Soros gives you medical insurance to go get insured. Well, he has been. There are warrants. Actual warrants out for him in all of Eastern Europe, in the Ukraine, in Russia. He can't set foot in any of these places. And look, I don't have all good things to say about Donald Trump tonight. We're gonna get into that and his connection with Soros as well. But my prediction is that you would see riots in all these cities. They would be carefully orchestrated. They would all be applauded by the media. They would be funded by George Soros. And you would have this, you have this chaos. The kind of funny part about it is I have seen white people. These are white people rioting, and I haven't seen white people this upset since they found OJ not guilty.
True. That's
the first thing. And Dave Chappelle made a hilarious comment about watching all these white people riot, and that they caused $1 million worth of damage in Portland. To which he looked at the audience and went, "Amateurs,"
because it's not $1 billion.
No, because it's not black people who burn the city down. That's his. That's what he just went, "Amateurs," which I thought was very funny. So. Here we have the riots. Let me give you the rest of the predictions here. Here we have Donald Trump winning the presidency, even though he was down by 6 points in as many polls. Mysteriously, he then begins to gain, where then he was 2 points behind. So I was within my 6 to 2 point range, because remember, Ronald Reagan was down by 2 points behind Carter, and he walloped Carter. He got 47 out of 50 states. And everybody's throwing their hands up, and I think crows are actually becoming extinct, because they had to put them into pies for all these media people to eat them. And because I just love the crow pie. The funniest thing for me was actually I was howling with laughter actually watching CNN and it looked as though somebody came in and shot all their dogs. It was just, they were just like, oh, I can't believe Megyn Kelly on Fox looked like she was on the verge of tears the whole time, because she's like, I can't believe Donald Trump's going to win. And then when Donald Trump actually then visits the White House to have his meeting with Obama, everybody dresses in black like somebody died.
It's
and the
true.
staffers began to cry. There were photographs of them breaking out, rending their clothes and breaking out in complete...
Oh, I remember just seeing long faces, nothing but long faces. And you're absolutely right. This was actually reported in mainstream media as well.
It was all there. And the thing is that maybe you guys have some insight in this that I don't have. What the hell was up with Hillary and that purple bib she was wearing? What was up with that? She's got purple lapels with a purple bib shirt. I mean, first she's wearing Star Trek outfits, and not even the good Star Trek outfits, the ones from Star Trek the motion picture, that white and gray. Look it
The old
up.
ones, yeah.
Look it up. That is Captain Kirk's uniform from Star Trek the motion picture. The one that wasn't really any good, but she's wearing that. Then she wears this purple bib, and now they're calling this, all these kids out there, they're calling it the Purple Revolution. I don't know, because Prince died or something. I'm calling it the Pumpkin Spice Revolution because, it's pumpkin spice time, and Donald Trump is a kind of a big pumpkin spicy looking kind of guy. So here's what's next. Here we have these very well orchestrated riots by George Soros, all approved by the media. Let me point out also is that on the front page, because we traded in Sky Miles for like every stupid magazine on earth. You couldn't get Sky Miles out of United, but they let you subscribe to magazines. So, for example, I get Time magazine, Donald Trump, President-elect, Trump Pence. I get The Week, which says why Trump won, and yet the week before, The Week had a cartoon of all these kind of redneck, these redneck hillbillies rioting, saying, what Trump's followers are going to do when he loses, and how they're going to riot and what they're going to say, and they're going to claim the election is rigged. The high school newspaper for the Illuminati is The Economist, and it's global impact, America divided, economic consequences. It's got kind of a silhouette of the Trump era on it. Every single one of these magazines predicting that, those poor Americans, those poor white people, those poor people out of work, isn't it going to be a shame that that they're going to lose and Hillary's going to win and all this stuff's going to happen. So Donald Trump wins, so that happens. George Soros is funding these riots, that's happening. I then said that they would be championed by the media, that's going on too, but now here's the next key. The key is, I keep hearing the word in my head, tribunal, and I keep hearing tribunals, and now that buzzword is being introduced to the media as well, because I think that the scope of the criminal empire that the Clintons have run, and as far as the Clinton Foundation goes, it's multinational. I mean, if it goes out to Haiti, it goes out to Ukraine, it goes out to all these various places, that it goes out to China. I mean, you have Eric Prince, who was actually tasked. They're trying to get him for espionage, and yet he's saying, look, the Secretary of State told me to go out and go out there. And by the way, thank you. I want to thank my friend Brandon, who's a Harvard law student. He says that the purple was because of Wiccan solidarity. He says, no joke, that this had to do with Wicca. Is interesting because people don't know that Wicca is it's an acronym. Wicca actually stands for the World International International Coven. It's the Coven Association. It's the
Coven or like coven and like a non-covenant.
Yeah, no. It's the World International. It stands for World International Coven Convention. That's what it was.
Convention.
It was the World International Coven Convention of America, and that's when they said, well, witchcraft has kind of a bad stank about it, and people get burned at the witch, so that's where they burned at the stake.
Yeah.
At the witch. So we're just going to call ourselves Wiccans after the World International Coven Convention of America. So again, the whole purple thing had to do. You will also notice that Hillary did not wear an American flag once.
No, not once. That's right.
And now we go into her emails. But people don't also understand too is that what forced the FBI's hand was the NYPD that actually went in and confiscated
Wieners.
Anthony
Computer.
Wieners.
Yeah. And
hold on, let me finish my sentence. And after they got finished reading these emails, one of the officers said that Hillary Clinton is the personification of the Antichrist. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that Huma Abedin, the estranged wife of Anthony Weiner, which is so funny. Weiner's texting, texting, I guess is the proper word you would say, pictures of his wiener, so you got Weiner texting pictures of his wiener to other people, and that is the catalyst. But it's been rumored that Huma has been the mistress of Hillary for almost 2 decades, if not longer.
And let's pronounce her name properly. Her name is Huma Weiner, okay? So let's do it. Let's get that in the lexicon. Huma Abedin Weiner. So let's play a little Scrabble there. And go ahead.
But is she not also sort of included with Hillary in getting Hillary that £5.5 million contract with Qatar, and although the Saudis, she's been getting a lot of funds from that. Was that down to her as well?
Well, you know who her mother is.
Yeah, tell us.
No, you don't know who her mother is?
No.
I can't believe you guys don't know this. Her mother, she was born in the United States. She lived there she's Indian, and I'm talking Hindu Indian, and then she was raised in Saudi Arabia. But her mother is the head of the Muslim Sisterhood, which is like the Girl Scouts of ISIS, for God's sake. Her father actually is directly connected with the guy who's like the king of international terrorism, and her mother actually runs the Muslim Sisterhood, which is the Girl Scouts to the Muslim Brotherhood. That's her mom.
Really?
And this is the woman that has access to the Secretary of State of the United States with no clearances, by the way. And she's assisting Hillary. I mean, she's only 40, by the way, so she's this hot young thing. Again, all these what is it with these Muslims that they're homosexuals? Where if you went back to Saudi Arabia and she got caught doing anything like that, she would have been buried up to the waist and stoned.
That's right.
And so if you look at the connection, go on YouTube, and just look up a couple of a few YouTube videos about who Huma Weiner, just because I like saying Huma Weiner, is related to. And again, her mom is head of the Muslim Brotherhood. Her father is in bed with these, with all these major terrorists, and you can connect her to basically every major terrorist cell on earth, along with the Saudi Arabians as well. And of course, she's the one that got her in with the Saudi Arabians and whatever else. But she's been Hillary's right-hand person, AKA lover. This entire time. So it's and you'll notice that Hillary surrounded herself with nothing but lesbian women.
That's right.
and gay men. So
and satanic dinners. What's all that about with them here?
Oh yeah, spirit dinners. Yeah, where you're
Spirit
eating
dinners.
where you're eating semen and placentas and all kinds of all kinds of lovely stuff. So and this is the kind of stuff that it was the NYPD that found all this stuff in Anthony Weiner's laptop. 650,000 emails, all in a folder, not kidding, that was actually listed as life insurance.
Really? That's what Huma Abedin Weiner listed her archived emails that she used from her BlackBerry, I assume, that she synced. Yeah, because it was his computer, but she used to sync her mobile device, which would also sync her email. So, as Trump would say, the mother lode was found, which is what prompted Comey, FBI Director Comey, to reinitiate the investigation 11 days before the election. And then 2 days before the election, he gives us the same conclusion as July. And as someone who's a legal law graduate and a professional mediator and all the things and above, that I could tell you there are so many violations, it's not even funny. I mean, if it had been anyone else, I don't understand why Trump is not following through with what his promises were, that he was going to appoint a special prosecutor, since obviously the Comey and the Attorney General, who was meeting with Bill Clinton and talked about grandchildren for 45 minutes or 30 minutes, right? And pushed the Secret Service and FBI and said, stay away from us for a bit. Are you kidding me? I mean, what more can you say about your grandchildren after 2-3 minutes? Oh, they're cute, they're lovely, these are the names, here's some pictures. But then what else do you do?
Well, because when Clinton showed the grandchildren, he says, look, they're in this briefcase. Look, my grandkids, they look all like Benjamin Franklin. Isn't that nice? And then he says, let me see yours. And she goes, these are my grandchildren. And Bill said, ever want to see them again? That's what that conversation went down as. Holy crap. But I mean, you want to talk about Comey for a while? Because I think what was happening with him is that he first off he was facing he was facing a revolt within his own agency. He had resignations piling up on his desk. He had threats possibly from the NYPD that said, if you do not go live with this, if you do not do something about it, we are, and we're ready to go with we're ready to go with warrants right now. Which then, and I think that when he, I mean, it was in the public eye in July, and he announced that the FBI would recommend that the Department of Justice file no criminal charges. Of course, after this, snakes on a plane meeting between, Loretta coal miner daughters Lynch and, old Billy Clinton. But what people weren't aware of was how Comey's decision affected the FBI's employees, many of whom waged an all-out war against the 55-year-old political appointee. I mean, a close friend of Comey's revealed to the UK Daily Mail, because this is why you know more about this in England than we do over here. But what was going on behind the scenes? What he said in the Daily Mail was, quote, "The atmosphere of the FBI has been toxic ever since Jim announced last July that he wouldn't recommend an indictment against Hillary. Some people, including department heads, stopped talking to Jim," that's the head of it, "and even ignored his greetings when they passed him in the hall. They felt he had betrayed them and brought disgrace on the Bureau by letting Hillary off with a slap on the wrist. He talks about the damage he's done to himself and the FBI and how he's been shunned by the men and women he admires and work for him. He's taken a tremendous toll on him. It's shattered his ego. He looks like he's aged 10 years in the past 4 years."
Literally. Yeah. And I expect a resignation sometime soon. I see we have Jer Bear joined us. This reminds me of the good old days at Revolution when I was there. I'm sure, Jer Bear, you want to weigh in on what we've been talking about.
I just want to say I've been trying to get into the chat room with your thing, and I was having problems, so I just come and asked you. And I just want to sit back and listen.
Sure.
I don't want to interrupt, but thank you.
Man,
all right.
No problem. Stay on. Yeah.
Okay, I'll hang out with you.
Yeah.
Well, let me finish what was going on with Comey, because
Yes.
Comey wasn't able to ignore or resist all these resignation letters, the mounting pressure on him by all of his agents, which, by the way, included his top deputies. I mean, we were talking about a complete and utter mutiny at the FBI. And when they found the this is the NYPD that turned this in, but when the NYPD turned in the 650,000 emails on the laptop that was used by, Anthony Weiner, the vice chairwoman of Clinton's presidential campaign, data on the laptop, quote, suggests thousands of those messages could have been sent to or from the private server that Mrs. Clinton used while she was Secretary of State. Now, the other part of this, too, goes to the possibility, mind you, I'm saying the possibility, that in these emails, we're not just talking about state secrets, but we're talking about Pedophilia Island that was being run by Jeffrey Epstein. We're talking about the international transportation of minors to be used for sex at the island itself. We are talking about the possible kidnap and sexual slavery of children. So all of this is linking together. And in this, and let's get back to Trump for a second, because we all know how bad Hillary is. There's no point, kicking a dead horse. The point of this whole thing being is that now, after everything that I've said has now come true, including, by the way, the earthquakes, when I started talking about these global earthquakes that would begin again, and I talked about October 24th.
And they are happening. I'm glad you mentioned that, because this scares us. It scares me, us living in California, yet every place is being hit by these massive earthquakes. I mean, 8.4, 9.1. I mean, these are... I can't even describe to you how massive these are, considering what we survived through in 1994. And
there was a 7.8 earthquake in Christchurch in New Zealand.
Geez.
But let me point out something kind of weird. John Kerry, Secretary of State, on Election Day, goes to Antarctica.
What?
He was in Antarctica. He went to Antarctica for whatever reason. Now there were, and then when he leaves Antarctica, he goes to New Zealand, and right underneath him, literally right on top of John Kerry, is a 7.8 earthquake. Right, epicentered almost on his hotel.
Huh.
In there. Now Saoirse Fall is kind of fun, and I read her on my show every now and then. I don't know who it's connected to. I think it's kind of a, it's a bunch of Irish nuns somehow become friends with a bunch of Russian spies, and hilarity ensues. It sounds more like a Whoopi Goldberg movie, actually, than anything else. But she was saying that Kerry was actually in Antarctica at the South Pole, asking the Guardians of Earth.
Yeah,
or something
I was just going to say
intervene.
where Admiral Byrd was, right?
Yeah, Admiral Byrd was, and he talked about whatever else. But then, I mean, it's an interesting story. She claims that he went down. He went down there to beg the Guardians of Earth to spare the cabal. Because look, Hillary got one thing right. She said, "Look, if this guy gets in, we're all going to swing from nooses," and that's exactly what she said. And it's exactly what's going to happen. But here's my challenge. Let me put this out there to everybody. Is it going to be the same old thing? Now you will notice, and let me just throw out observations. I'm not making any conclusions whatsoever. Let me throw out some observations. First off, whenever, and I give this to all of you, whenever you look at the TV and you kind of cock your head and go, "What?" and just something looks weird on the television, you know something's weird. You know something strange is going on. So I have noticed that there seems to be a discrepancy between how Donald Trump looks in a red tie and Donald Trump looks in a blue tie. And I just kind of wondering, do they have like is red tie Donald the real Donald? And is blue tie Donald, like, I don't know, look-alike clone Donald?
Well, do you know there was actually an episode, I don't remember what, it was. I think it was on Fox News. They did a full analysis, and this goes back to about 3 decades ago when Donald Trump was meeting with some very famous fashion person and basically told him to wear red because it's the red power, something like that. It grabs everyone's attention and it puts you at the attention of the room. So there's a purpose behind the red. But you're right. Where's the blue tie coming from? Because he's known for his signature red ties, just like the hat, Make America Great Again, was red. Now, all of a sudden, it came out in white and different colors, but originally it was red. So you're right. You have to look at that carefully of what is the blue tie, Donald? Is that somebody different? Because blue would signify the Democratic Party, where the red would be the Republicans.
I'm just saying that looking at Donald Trump, he looks different. And there's something about the chin, the clipped jawline, the skin under the chin, the hair. It's odd that he's no longer that weird orange color anymore. He's sort of his skin tone has come down. His hair also seems more blonde and more natural. I'm just saying.
Doppelganger?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm looking at Clinton, and the same thing.
Yeah, happened. I was just gonna say. Did you see Clinton today? Literally today, she looked nothing like she did the day she gave her concession speech, which was Wednesday the 9th. I mean, absolutely, totally different woman in every sense. I mean, obviously they always get makeup before they go on TV, but this was a new woman. I was like, huh? Obviously she looked very aged. Yeah. The deepest, darkest circles under her eyes. Her hair was very different, but this
she's been crying since the election.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Now remember that, before she was too big to jail. She was Secretary of State. She was running for president. And
he's become like the new president to be, right? And he's stated clearly that she should be in jail, just like most of his supporters. And what's happening between this transition? Is she held in captivity? Is she under house arrest? Or is she allowed to roam freely back and forth to, say, like Saudi Arabia, where she's building a new home?
Well, this is what I was going to say, Johnny. Unfortunately, Donald, leading up to the election, literally up until the election, was saying he is going to appoint a special prosecutor once he's president to look into Hillary's situation. But now he's recanted that and said, Bill and Hillary are good people. I don't want to hurt them, which implies that he's not going to follow through.
Thank you. That's exactly the next place that I was going to go. Exactly the next thing I was going to talk about. That you have him in the third debate very clearly saying to her face that I will appoint a special prosecutor and see to it that you are thrown in jail.
That's right.
And I think we use the word prison actually.
Prison.
But for then him to get up on both, and I watched both interviews on 60 Minutes and 2020, and this is where I'm now looking at a person that I'm thinking, wait a minute, this guy looks completely different than the Donald Trump that we were seeing on the campaign trail. There's something going on with his chin. His face seems...
And the orange skin. It's not there.
Orange skin.
I always felt like that when I saw John Kerry come back off the loop,
Yes. And it's, he's... it's tough for him to cover up the bolts in his neck because it's Frankenstein, for God's sake. Or should I say the monster? But then, okay, so now here we go.
That's cold. That's cold.
So one of the two biggest things that we've got going on here is that Trump is, build a wall, build a wall.
Yeah.
Okay, so now what's happening? Now he's saying, well, it's a metaphorical wall.
Yeah. It'll be chain. Some of it will be chain linked, and
He
yeah.
said we're going to build malls. Malls, he said.
Yeah. Well, again, I point out to people, this is what people don't know is that 10 years ago, the wall was passed by the Senate and the Congress and signed into law by the president. The money is still there, and I don't know if it's still there, but the money's in it wasn't in an account.
Was there? Yes.
And there was a New York Times and a Washington Post investigation into this, where a guy started calling people on the phone saying, "Okay, who's going to pull the trigger? Who is it that is going to actually start the construction on the wall?" And he got run around. He gave a list of 30 agencies where every single person said, "Well, talk to Interior. We'll talk to Agriculture. We'll talk to Border Control. We'll talk to this person, that person." And not a single person was and eventually it just got buried in the press, and the whole thing just went away. But it was bought and paid for over 10 years ago by the Bush administration, and nobody pulled the trigger on it. So now we've got Trump saying, well, we've got to get people working again. I'm like, well, okay, you can get them working building a wall. Now they're talking about, well, are the Mexicans going to pay for it? And nobody seems to point out that Western Union alone takes over $11 billion every year out of this country and sends it to Mexico, which is more than Pemex, the Mexican oil company, actually makes. And that's all money that's drained out of the U.S. economy. And all you would have to do is start putting a 30% plus tariff on any money that goes into Mexico. And you put that money into a special fund to actually then build the wall. Of course, the problem is
an interest-bearing fund. Yeah.
The Mexicans to build the wall, and then they're just going to be on our side of the wall when they finish it.
It's true.
So there goes the wall. And then to have Donald Trump, where I've been telling you from jump, and everybody knows this, that the Clintons and the Trumps are all buddies. They're all pals behind the scenes. Trump contributed to the Clinton Foundation in order to get Hillary to get him permits, as an example. So let's take it off. He goes to Hillary,
and he plays golf with Bill.
That's why I sent you that funny cartoon where Hillary's in jail, and she's sitting here, and she says, "So how's that pardon from Trump coming?" And Bill's on the outside looking in going, "Oh, I forgot to mention it while we were playing golf."
We're on the 10th hole.
So they're playing golf together, and Bill is the one who's saying, "Oh my God, my wife's the biggest lesbian. She's licked more pussy than me." And it's
funny you say that, because do you know what the actual nickname for the mistress of Bill Clinton is right now? It's the Energizer. The Energizer, like the Energizer Bunny. So every time the Secret Service senses that Hillary's about to come back to the home of the Clintons, they have to go clear up her, panties on the floor and her makeup in the bathroom, and they cleared all that.
They haven't lived together for 5 years.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. But when they do that, make that public appearance where Hillary actually goes to see Bill, they have to rush out Energizer from the back door. And she's a beautiful woman. I got to give Bill some credit there. He can pick the ones pretty well. Not that he picked Monica very well. That was not a very good choice. I wouldn't have chosen that.
If you've seen some of the women that Bill Clinton's had over the years, there's not really a lot of accounting for tapes, with the exception of Jennifer Flowers. And I still think that the Monica Lewinsky thing was more like prison sex. It was just somebody who was available at the time. And I'm telling you that the reason he was impeached, and the reason he lied to that grand jury, and the reason he said that, I did not have sex with that woman, he was terrified of Hillary. Yes. Because Hillary, the deal they had was no more bimbo eruptions. Once we become president of the United States, no more. This is not going to happen anymore.
Did you notice that when she gave the concession, that he actually had a smirk on his face, like, you're not going to get it, and I don't want to use cuss words for the FCC to screw us, but the point is think about it. You have a man who was president, and his wife was a senator, and then Secretary of State, which surprised me when she was in Beverly Hills a few weeks ago getting an award for her service as Secretary of State, specifically for the handling of Benghazi. Are you kidding me? You lose Ambassador Christopher Stevens, who, by the way, I have a family, a friend.
Well, they did give the Nobel Peace Prize to Obama for all those.
Yeah, for being
drugs,
black.
I suppose.
For being black.
But-
he got a Peace Prize for being black.
But it's not the first time that the president has cheated on his wife. You have John Quincy Adams going back and having an illegitimate child from a black slave at the time. I mean, this is 150 plus years ago. So this is obviously not new. Obviously not new.
All right, so moving forward with this. So now let's tick these off now. Number one, you have Donald Trump going to Chelsea's wedding at George Soros's house with photographs of him yucking it up with all the Clintons.
Yes.
You have possibly donations to the Clinton Foundation because everybody knew with the Clintons it was pay to play. That you made a deposit in the bank first, and then you got to kneel and genuflect and kiss the ring of Billary and Hillary, and if you bitched about it, you wound up dead. So so there's that. Now here's the connection also, and this is what I'm even more disappointed about. Now if things got real, and you really had a special prosecutor, and you really put together a tribunal, because we're talking about an international tribunal now, because as I said, the scope of all this stuff, the very first warrant that you would issue would be for George Soros, and if that doesn't happen, then all of this is crap. All of this is complete bull. And
I thought Putin
hold on, let me finish my sentence. So, and Soros has not only been a business partner with Trump, but loaned him money, what they call a mezzanine loan, which is basically it's like a loan me loan. It's like a crime lord, super high interest, get the Vic loan. And he loaned him for him to build the Chicago Trump Tower. Again, what's called a mezzanine loan. So he's done business to the tune of tens of millions, possibly hundreds of millions of dollars with George Soros. And now you've got Soros trying to topple and putting these rich Democratic investors together now, so that Soros can figure out a way to stop Trump and his agenda. I'm sorry I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, keep going. I listen, Johnny.
Johnny had something to say. What'd you have to say, Johnny?
It's off the top of my head, but it's gone now. So just recall what you were just saying there.
I'd like to add something, John.
Sure.
I'd like to say that, okay, we've got Trump in there.
Yes.
We have the Republican Senate and House that are
And Supreme Court.
okay. So we got a click. We got a little. And what I'd like to say is, now it's up to us, the people, to show the accountability. So I think on my shows that I do late hours on the weekend at my network, which it is, Freedom Slips,
Of course.
that I'm gonna address it and try to put it in the consciousness of my listeners. I mentioned this with Sean earlier, and I'm going to get with a few others, that if they can take the time to say, hey, you've got to shower, shave, and take care of business in the morning, you've got a schedule, try to at least once a week, once a day, once a month, to call into the White House, to call into the other thing, the engineers, Army Engineers Corp, that are dealing with North Dakota, that are supposed to shut it down. All this, we have to show the accountability, and the conscious mind can do that if we address it and put that on our platforms here at networks that we are provided with in the platform. I think it's very important. Over.
You have George Soros and all these rich liberals who spent tens of millions of dollars trying to elect Hillary Clinton.
That's right.
And they're all in Washington for this 3-day closed-door meeting to retool the big money left to then fight back against Trump. And the conference actually happened Sunday, and it was at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, and it's sponsored by the influential, what they call the Democracy Alliance Donor Club, and included Nancy Pelosi. Nancy, they should just put Bat Guano Crazy in the middle of her name. Nancy Bat Guano Crazy Pelosi. Elizabeth Warren, and now you have Keith Ellison. Now, if you imagine this, the Democrats apparently, in order to ingratiate themselves with voters, they've kicked out Debbie Wasserman Schmidt. They've kicked out Donna Brazil, and now they want Keith Ellison, who's a black Muslim, because they're trying to apparently get closer to the core of Democrats who then turned around and voted for Trump. Which doesn't make any sense to me at all. I mean, it's
one of the
crazy.
major things we've talked about time and time and time again, and you've shown proof that proof cannot be denied. And every year that we've had you on, and it was during Ramadan, which lasts for a month. What do you see Obama? You have him with no wedding ring, no jewelry whatsoever.
Yep.
Why would he do that unless he was a Muslim? And then you have him in his college years going to Kenya dressed in full Muslim or, African garb. The point being is now, why would Trump recant that? And at the same time, you have an outsider coming in who says he doesn't want to, he wants to change things. And I don't know if you know about this, but back in, it was 94 or before Kurt Cobain died, he said in order to change Washington, D.C. and get rid of all this crap, for lack of better words, you would have to get an outsider to come in to be president. And he said it would probably have to be somebody like a billionaire who can afford to fight this establishment. And he said somebody like Donald J. Trump. Now this was 22 plus years ago. And little did the guy know, who's now sadly dead, he was right on the money.
Well, we're not so sure he actually said that, but
Sean, tell them about what Kurt Cobain said.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly
okay.
what Kurt Cobain said. Yeah. Kurt Cobain said he used Donald J. Trump. Yeah.
But again, we're not so sure. We're not so sure he actually said that. But it's fun to think that he did, but we're not so sure that he actually said it because we have no real source materials to where it was said or how it was said.
True.
But that's a whole other deal. So where do we go from here with this? And it depends on what we get, and it just depends on. Okay, so there's a couple of scenarios here. Number one, first off, of interest, you have George Soros actually saying that Trump would win by a landslide, but that then Hillary would somehow get it in the Electoral College. Now we have the Electoral College voting on December 19th, which there's other people saying there, we have one last hope. The Electoral College can just trash everything and vote for Hillary, which again is just complete delusion. But there are 29, just to put that to rest, there are 29 states that are lawfully bound to actually vote for whoever wins the majority in their state. That's number one.
Yes.
Number two, there are all these snotty little Democrat babies out there claiming that Hillary won the popular vote. Not true. They finally now counted all the votes. And even though there are multiple sources that are saying, well, Hillary still won the popular vote in California, et cetera, but Trump actually has won the popular vote by about 750,000, which is about 2%. Although, let's put it to you this way. Hillary, no doubt, had 4 million dead people voting for her. And at the same time, you had so many illegal immigrants. I saw this with my own eyes. I went to the DMV, and I watched half a dozen people in front of me in the line who had birth certificates from Mexico, Honduras, Guatemala, and all they had to do was show their birth certificates as ID. They were handed driver's licenses, and they got to merrily go on their way and vote for whomever it is they wanted to vote for.
Don't forget about the 2 to 4 million people who are registered in 2 or more states who could easily vote in California, go to Arizona, vote, and then vote again in Nevada, and it will count as 3 separate votes because...
Well, as W.C. Fields said, vote early and vote often.
Yeah, that's right.
I think he said that. So now we have that argument actually out of the way. And the Electoral College is not going to turn around and vote for Hillary unless there would be a major revolt in this country if they did. So now there's that. Again, my concern now becomes the pussification or wussification of Donald Trump, who now has turned into this a guy who looks different somehow. Just to my eye, I just keep seeing these pictures. I'm going, wait a minute, that doesn't. Either I'm seeing in a different light or he's got better makeup or something. But I'm like, that's. And I went to a Trump rally where I was standing right behind him and got like an eye blink and a finger gun and I said, I was going, call me, and just kind of goofing around with him. I mean, I stood probably 20 feet away from him, at a rally in Anaheim, and now he's wussing out. Now, for him to once again say, well, the wall is metaphorical, and for him to then turn around and say, well, the Clintons are very nice people. You could also have the next scenario is it's very easy that Obama is going to pardon all of his crime lord buddies The Clintons being part of that, but that then, and we could probably talk to JJ about the legal ramifications of this. So let me ask you this: if you have a president, let me ask you this, John.
Yes.
If you have a president who pardons a person, now they can write pardons for everything except impeachment, but
Yes.
that only clears them of federal crimes.
Yes.
Could she still be taken to task because she's committed
In
crimes?
state crimes.
40. Well, let me finish my question so I make you look good here.
Yes.
Could she now the NYPD could actually hand down an indictment? Would she have to go? And she's committed crimes quite possibly in 40 states. Would she have to go to the governors of all of those states to get pardoned?
Absolutely, because the presidential pardon would only account towards the, of course, like you said, federal crimes that are committed, towards the United States, not to Arizona, California. So you're right. She would have to literally go to 40 governors. And mind you, right now, all we have is 18 Democratic governors. So are the other 22 really going to side with her? Assuming that the 40 countries or 40 states are inclusive of the 18 Democrat states.
So she could be dodging this for the rest of her life.
Oh yeah. That's probably why she's crying.
Yeah, because I don't think I don't think either of them look like they're long for this world. I also point out that Barack Obama has just bought cash, a $3.5 million house in Dubai, and Dubai has no extradition with the United States. Just saying. And so then do you also have who runs and who does whatever else, and do you have Trump actually setting up tribunals to do this, and does he appoint, say, Rudy Giuliani? We're already looking at some establishment people. Rudy Giuliani as Secretary of State,
and Reince Priebus.
Reince Priebus is Chief of Staff, but now you're looking at Secretary of State. They're looking at John Bolton, who was probably the biggest warlord hawk guy of the Bush administration, as ambassador to the United Nations. Although I think Bolton is one of those people that believes in the possible American dream of getting the United States out of the United Nations and possibly moving the United Nations out of the United States to maybe Geneva or some other neutral site where it doesn't cost us a bunch of money. And let's go through this now and say that Trump lives up to his promises. Let's say, for example, the first thing he does is I hate to make the show all political because there's so many more interesting.
No, that's fine. This is great.
Let's say so he cuts.
We'll talk about APAC later.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. He cuts tax rates to 15%. That means that you're looking at close to $50 trillion in U.S. money that's offshore that would then move here. You've got Apple, Tim Cook, who's the head of Apple. You got Cook, right? Tim Cook, who was the head of Apple, did a congressional hearing where they were like, "Oh, we love you so much," and they're just gushing and spooging all over him. And he's got $75 billion in a bank account. I mean, he could literally loan this money to the government. He's got $75 billion sitting in an account in Ireland. And all of the big money is in Ireland. And that's where the $50 trillion is sitting. It's mostly in Ireland because of the various tax rates and what the Irish have done. He then brings the $75 billion back on shore. And the Congress is saying, why don't you do that? And he says, because you'll take it. You're a bunch of thieves, and you'll take at least 48% of it, maybe as much as 60% if I bring this on shore. Remember, we still have this $20 trillion deficit that we've got to deal with, and the Federal Reserve has stopped the ticking of the debt clock so that and put it just below $25 million below the debt ceiling, which is not really a ceiling. A ceiling is something you bump your head against. The minute you get close to the debt ceiling, it just becomes kind of a nebulous cloud that you just sort of float through. But the clock is going to start ticking again, and that will allow the Republican Congress to then shut the government down every 30 days if they wanted to, which is what they didn't want to have happen during the election. But the clock starts ticking again in March. So what are they going to do then if we don't have something to then, to then basically grind the debt clock down? Because here's the other thing too. People forget, well, they don't forget, they're just ignorant. We're in the year of what they call Shemitah. And Shemitah is a 2-year period after the end of a 50-year cycle where all debts are forgiven. All debts are forgiven, all contracts are broken, all slaves are freed, All petty criminals are released. You let the land lie fallow for 2 years. This is all biblical prophecy. And even the Vatican has declared this year and next year a year of Jubilee, which means a forgiveness of debt. Well,
Is
not
this
only,
the year 5777?
yes, it is. Yeah, which is a Shemitah year, which is the 50th. That's right. That's the Hebrew year. So, and it's interesting that Donald Trump is the 45th president, and 4 plus 5 adds up to 9, and we happen to be in a 9 year. And if he's the 45th president, isn't it interesting that the 9 is all about stripping away everything you have, so that you then go naked back into the void of the 0, which then goes to 10, because the 1 represents the phallus and the 0 represents the womb. So, and it's the year of the fire monkey as well. So, as opposed to Hillary Clinton is a Chinese fire pig, which is probably
777. I always think of the pyramids in Las Vegas and winning millions out of a 777.
Yeah.
Speaking of what you said, Sean, about 9, did you know that Nikola Tesla was so obsessed with 3 and the multiples of 3 that every hotel room he stayed in had to be, say, 26 or something that could be divisible by 3.
Well, it is interesting.
He'd get 3 eggs, 3 cookies. Everything was in multiples of 3. He was obsessed with 3s and, of course, multiples of 3. So, obviously, 9 being divisible by 3 equaling 3 is a number that was very, very important to Tesla.
Well, he supposedly died on the 33rd floor of the New Yorker Hotel, which is by the way the hotel where Hillary had her the thing where she didn't show up, late at night. But it's that was all in the ballroom of the New Yorker Hotel, which is kind of fun because that's where we've had the Mark.
They just sent Podestine down, didn't they, to say go home.
Yeah, exactly. So I just think it was funny that she was in the New Yorker Hotel, and it's all there. So I don't know if Trump succeeds, we got to give him a chance. That means he's got the possibility of putting he's going to put one person on the Supreme Court now, and then you've got
and whoever else dies or resigns, he's going to have him there now. Chief Justice Roberts, appointed at age 45. Now, people don't realize this, and I, a person who not only have JD, have 33 or 30% or higher more education in law because of what my degree was from Pepperdine School of Law. It's funny, Loyola Law School and Pepperdine School of Law. The point is that it's just things are really not following the law, and I'm just bewildered that so many promises were made during the campaign, and now we have we were supposed to have a non-establishment president with a non-establishment cabinet, but yet what is happening? Reince Priebus is his chief of staff. I mean, you couldn't get any more political and establishment than that.
Well, can I add that, don't you think, that's why I say it's important to the people to be accountable, to make these calls of a consciousness and flood these entities like DC, the White House, their congressmen, their senators. It's us that's got to stand up now as a nation.
Yes. Agreed. Well, what do you have to say, Sean?
I don't know.
You still there, buddy? Sean, Dave, and Morton, my friend. Do we lose you? No, there you are.
Short break.
Oh, it's okay. If everyone wants to take a short break, let's do it right now. Everybody hang tight. We're going to be off for 2.5 short minutes. Let's start it now.
This is George Tsoukalos, and you're listening to Dr. J Radio Live.
These creatures are very, very strange. They're anomalous.
It is the age of revelations. bizarre creatures. The false perception of reality exposed.
Just go to the Dr. J's, website. You'll see it on the left-hand side. It's like right there. Click the link. Guys, what can I tell you? I mean, it's $40, but you get a DVD and a book plus three bonuses: communion CD, a year subscription to our Politics, Property, and Supernatural magazine, which comes in your email box. Watchers 3, which is $20 for that DVD. Fingerprints of the Supernatural. We promise you will not be disappointed. And Dr. J gets a cut of the proceeds, so everybody's happy. You support him, you support us, and it's all good. And you get to educate yourself on what's going on, because we just scratched the surface here. Trust me.
I'm Richard C. Hoagland, and you're listening to Dr. J Radio Live.
Torpedo impact now, 40 seconds. Torpedo impact, 25 seconds.
Stand by.
All ahead flank. All ahead flank. I'm Art Bell, and you're listening to Dr. J Radio Live.
All right, welcome back to the second hour of the one and only Dr. J Radio Live, broadcasting globally and syndicated on our very own Coast to Coast PM radio network, which I might add that Sean David Morton's show will also be syndicated on this show network, as well as our guest last night, Navy SEAL Lieutenant Robert Wiegand, who will be giving us a show once a week and has access to Billy Meyer, and always will have amazing stuff. Not to mention, we have 4 other networks that are taking our show as well, and that are already broadcasting them. One being 2 of them in the United States, Late Night in the Midlands and PSN Radio. And in the United Kingdom, we have Deep Program Radio Network and a new one, which name I don't know, but I know Johnny Webb does, that he is already broadcasting. But soon enough, I will have that name in front of me. That way I can give them their due credit. Unless Johnny, of course, knows the name off the top of his head right now. Do you, Johnny?
I don't. It's not on the top of my head. I'll get it for you, though, before the show's out.
No problem, my friend. No problem. Now, before we pick up this conversation, everybody knows that you can hear Sean David Morton 5 days a week on StrangeUniverseRadio.com. And, of course, his books are on sale. You could just go to our website, DRJ Radio Live, which is drjradiolive.com, the same name as every social media account out there, from Instagram, Twitter, Flickr, Tumblr, Google+, Facebook, and things I don't even know, Pinterest, Slack. Just everything is under the same name. And I must say, so your books are there. And we're very, very proud to have you on this network, as well as syndicating on top of what you have on Wolf Spirit and the terrestrial stations that we also have on. So I want to give thanks to everybody else. But, Sean, let's give a brief moment before we pick up back on what we're speaking about, on what you have out there, the books you have, and of course, when your show plays originally live.
It plays originally live. It's Monday through Friday, from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific time, and so you can catch us on, once again, Strange Universe Radio, or mention the other things, freedomslips.com, revolutionradio.co, Wolf Spirit Radio. It's out there, and we're the only radio show actually on TalkStream Live that's usually ranked in the top 5 up there with people like Sean Hannity.
And I've seen it. I've actually seen it. I've been to an event, and I took a picture where your show was number 1. Number 1. Not number 2, not number 3, not number 15. Number 1.
Out of 10,000 programs
is right
on the internet, I think our show was ranked 11th, which was put us. I think only Alex Jones was ahead of us, but Alex Jones has a lot of. We're just a pure radio talk show. Jones has, if you hit a video or all the other stuff that he does, it actually counts as a hit on his show, and he uses a lot of robo clicking, and there's a lot of ways that Alex kind of he rigs the system and sort of cheats, but he's got a whole bunch of money because he's being backed up by that Bronfman Seagram's dough. So anyway, and also please buy my books if you will. Volume 1 and 2 of Sands of Time, Volume 3 of Sands of Time just came out, which is the Isomer Protocol. All the books are going to be made into movies. They've got 5-star ratings on Amazon.
Yes.
We have hundreds of reviews out there where people talk about how it's one of the best disclosure books they've ever read. It's not about disclosure. It's if you have friends that want to come into this field, that are interested in, but really don't know where to start, Sands of Time is the best place because it's one man's journey through graduating from USC, then going to Caltech, and then being absorbed into the Montauk Project, and piece by piece, all the way up through the development of very advanced technologies, what was really going on at Area 51 with the various saucers there, and the truth behind the Dulce Archuleta Mesa Wars, and all these things. If you want a starting off point for your journey into the unknown, Sands of Time, you just can't get any better than Sands of Time. And they have Volume 1 and 2 are Part 1 and Part 2 of the same volume, and then Part 3, the Isomer Protocol, takes place about 8 years after the events in Book 1 and Book 2. Here we go. I'm just getting something nice. Sands of Time are excellent books. What am I getting here? Sands of Time are excellent books. Looking forward to reading the latest one.
I've read Volume 1. I'm eagerly waiting for Volume 2 and 3. And like I said earlier, as we came back from break, everybody, you could go get them directly from Sean, or you can go to drjradiolive.com, which is drjradiolive.com. Click on books and videos, scroll down to Sean David Morton, and it will take you to his Amazon authors page. And that's another way to get it. But again, it's available everywhere. And these books really are some of the best research I've had. This is why he's a recurring guest, and this is why when the station, Coast to Coast PM Radio Network, was opened, we decided that to approach Sean to be the flagship of our station, because he has so much information to offer. 5 days a week, 2 hours a day. That's 10 hours a week. That is literally, 20 shows a month. So what is that? 200 hours a month, literally, that people are going to get to hear globally and forever. Not to mention with some cool graphics that will be inputting forever for everybody to get to see from then on. Not to mention, of course, as you said, strangeuniverseradio.com. And like I said, Sean, I did get to read the Volume 1, so I'm eagerly awaiting Volume 2 and 3, my friend.
Give me your address, man. We also have, just so you know, if you don't have the time to read, and the 2 other books I have as well are Black Seraph and The Dark Prophet, Veil of the Antichrist, which are a character named Father Dominic Lindquist, who's a Jesuit priest who's basically acts as a spy for the Vatican and the Arab terror networks. And in Veil of the Antichrist, The Dark Prophet, I wrote the book in 2009, and I predicted the Arab Spring and the collapse of all these governments and the rise of a third great Antichrist that comes up with a book that was lost by Muhammad. And so it's great. It's Lawrence of Arabia kind of meets James Bond. And if you're interested in everything that's going on in the Middle East and what's happening there now, it's a great action adventure way to get into it. So, and also we're going to be making, all these movies are going to be made into, all these books are going to be made into films. So there's Black Seraph, there's Veil of the Antichrist, The Dark Prophet, there's Sands of Time Volume 1, Sands of Time Volume 2, and then Sands of Time, the Isomer Protocol, which stands for the Isolation Memorandum. And all you got to do is, I'll ship it out to you tomorrow.
Sure.
One other thing we have for you is that as a special deal, if you're listening right now, we have all the books on audio. And it's a stick drive. It's a 2 gig stick drive, and we've got a special deal on it if you want to take a look. But it's all the books, all the audio books, and all the PDF of the books for $80. And that way you can just plug it in and listen to it in your car. I know a lot of people don't have a chance to read, but they are performed by yours truly in what we call dynamic voice audio. So you've got all the books on audio stick, so you can listen to them on your iPod, in your car, or anywhere where you're on the go. So that's our stuff. And there you go. We're going to launch into something else now, talk about other things.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything you want, my friend.
Okay, so unaffected by the elections, and and hopefully I can get a lot of feedback on everybody out there. But outside the elections and not really altered by populist movements, beyond the reach of law, I think what people really need to say hello to is America's shadow government, this corporatized, militarized, entrenched bureaucracy that is fully operational. It's staffed by unelected officials who are, in essence, running the country. It's a shadow government that represents the hidden face of a government that has no real respect for the freedom of its citizenry. It's what I write about, actually. It's called The Group, and it's what I write about in Sands of Time. The most important thing you need to know about Sands of Time as well is that it's completely true. It's based on the journals of a man who was a top level, or actually the top level government director of this shadow government. And I'd been in contact with him ever since I started messing around with Area 51 back in the early 90s. And for whatever reason, this man would meet me at a convention or call me on the phone and give me information to, release via the radio back in the way back in the day. I helped build the Art Bell phenomenon, and we had about 26 million listeners, 24.6 million listeners at our height. We were the #1 show in radio for a late night program, which was considered impossible at the time. But it had to do with the dynamic of guests that I would provide Art Bell, and then my appearances every month or so, which really built the momentum of this program. And to the point of where I think that there were actually smear campaigns that had to do with Heaven's Gate and the suicide of the people at Heaven's Gate, who the government and the media tried to pin that on people who were fanatical followers of the Art Bell radio program at the time. And so I got a call from these very spooky lawyers that told me that this gentleman, Dr. Ted Humphrey, not his real name, but that he, quote, moved on, never said that he died, but that he moved on. And they had these journals for me, which were his personal diaries of his adventures, if you will, his life actually dealing with all of these various things. Just completely wild stuff. And it was my job then to novelize to put them in a readable, more entertaining format. And I can't even tell you that just the complete what the government's done to me since then, and what they're trying to do to me, and it all has to do with these books and the fact that I'm writing stuff that they don't like, and I'm exposing things that whenever you're a crusader, you can expect to get attacked. So no matter which candidate, so that being said about Sands of Time, that the fact that the books are absolutely true and are the adventures of this one man who became, as I said, the top director of the group worldwide, running places like Area 51 and the Dulce Mesa and the Montauk Project, and
yes.
And all these places that are underground, the Bremerton top secret submarine base, the new U.S. Space Command under.
And there's several space commands.
Well, the main Space Command is now, the new one used to be what they call the
Solar Warden.
Well, they called it the Nebraska Navy that was out of Omaha, but now the new place is under Kings Peak in the Uinta National Forest up in Utah, which is another reason why they've got the big NSA data dump computer up there in Hilldale, I think is what it's called. It's right next to a 9,000 person polygamous community. My wife actually drove up to the front gate of this massive NSA Hilldale facility, and she was just just being all cute, and she's like, "Well, what's that?" And the guard says, well, it's for spying on the Chinese. So he said, lean to the window and says, for spying on the Chinese.
Spying on us, too.
So no matter, now that we have Donald Trump winning the presidential election, the shadow government is here to stay. And a lot of these FBI documents talking about the shadow government, and by the way, they refer to it as the seventh floor group. That's another name for it, which may well have played a part in who won the White House this year. But to be precise, Trump is going to inherit not one, but two shadow governments. The first shadow government is referred to as many people know, as COG, which is continuity of government. Now, there's a really good show on TV now that has Kiefer Sutherland called Designated Survivor.
Yes, yes. I'm going to watch this tonight after the show.
It's a pretty cool show. The inaccuracies of it are that in the line of succession, I think it's wrong. I think he's like the 16th in line or something, which is, anyway, they have the department incorrect. But what they would do is that if Washington, D.C. was to get blown up tomorrow, the entire government would then move to Denver, because Denver is the secondary federal capital. And that's why they built that giant airport out there that looks like, if you look at it from the sky, it looks like a giant swastika. And the whole thing goes down about 20 levels or so. And it then connects to places like, NORAD and Area 51 and Dulce and whatever else through a massive series of high-speed jet tubes underground.
Which are literally coast to coast and go into Canada as well.
Oh, yeah. It's all, these governments are all franchises of the main mother corporation at the top. But these unelected individuals have to be appointed to run the government in the event of what they call a catastrophe. So you've got COG, or COG, is a phantom menace, really, waiting for the right set of circumstances, a terrorist attack, a natural disaster, an economic meltdown, and then to bring it out of the shadows where it then operates now. And when and if COG takes over, the police state will then transition into martial law. Now, it would have to take a hell of a disaster, like the shattering of the New Madrid Fault, for example, and splitting the Mississippi to 100 miles wide, and splitting the government in two. But it's the second shadow government, which is also referred to, and these are very top secret terms here, but it's referred to as the deep state. Remember that. You have COG, continuing of government, and deep state. That poses the greater threat to freedom right now, because it's comprised, again, of these unelected government bureaucrats, corporations, contractors, paper pushers, button pushers, who are actually calling the shots behind the scenes. And this government within a government is the real reason that we, the people, have no real control over our government, because the deep state, which operates according to its own compass heading regardless of who is formally in power, makes a mockery of elections and the entire concept of any kind of representative government. So who or what is the deep state? It's the militarized police, which have now joined forces with state and federal law enforcement agencies in order to now establish themselves as, we now have a standing army ruling under martial law of the United States, because militarized police forces are mixing now with Homeland Security. And by the way, in Nazi Germany, they called it the Gestapo, and that meant Homeland Security. And they didn't even bother to change the name when Bush cranked it up here in this country. And it's the fusion centers and spy agencies that have created a surveillance state and turned all of us into, instead of citizens who are supposed to be free, it's now turned all of us into suspects.
I was just going to interrupt with, we have a live caller, area code 641. What is your name and where are you calling from?
Well, sir, I'm pretty sure Sean David Morton is familiar with me. My name's John Wayne. I'm calling from southeast Iowa.
Hey, brother.
I wanted to ask Sean about Pensmore Castle, if possible. They're in the Ozarks, and what role this plays in what you guys are currently discussing right now.
Wow. I don't know if we can even talk about that. That's, yeah. I mean, that's...
Isn't that where all the rich and elite are buying up all the homes and building big bunkers, included in them?
Well, Arkansas is really interesting. John Wayne could probably tell us a little more about that than I could, but it's, it's the whole area, Kansas. It's all quartz crystal. It's very unique because, you go out in big fields and they'll let you actually dig up these giant pieces of quartz. The only other places that's more highly concentrated in quartz crystal is California, and quartz crystal is psychoreactive. That's why they use it in watches and computers and whatever else. And it's where gold lives inside quartz. It's another reason why California is so unique and why we resonate with the rest of the world is you've got all this gold that actually lives inside the courts. The castle, the castle itself is one of those gathering places for the, basically for the global elite. I'm surprised that they haven't actually put together, it's sort of older and run down, but that the Bilderbergers and the Illuminati guys haven't actually put some kind of meeting together there. Usually they like to meet in the big fancy pants hotel, but
let me ask you a question. Are the Bilderbergers and all these other groups basically the same?
They come from the same core group. You have an outer core. You have the Council on Foreign Relations first, which is the outer core, which then kind of vets you. Of which there's about, Hillary was the one that said she has her offices in New York that are directly across the street from the CFR. And she actually said, why not have your office across the street from your boss, from the people that tell you what to do? Yes. And so she was already saying that she was the puppet of these people. Then they vet you from there, and then you enter a more key group called the Trilateral Commission. And and that was actually started by Jimmy Carter and George Bush. It was one of the things that Reagan railed against in 1980, and calling George Bush an Eastern Rockefeller, Ivy Tower liberal, and that the Trilateral Commissions were the conspiracy that was overthrowing the world. And within 6 months, by the way, of Reagan getting shot, the Trilateral Commission was meeting in the White House again, with George Bush.
And don't forget, when Reagan was shot, the Hinckley parents were meeting with none other than George Herbert Walker Bush.
Oh, Hinckley had dinner with the Bush family 2 nights.
Yeah.
But they can't have any more sort of killings like that because they banned the Catcher on the Rye, haven't they?
And John Hinckley
is still taught in schools, man. Still taught in schools.
And John Hinckley is now free.
Yeah, he's out walking around. He actually is. He's living with his mom.
Yeah.
Because he was found not guilty by reason of insanity, which was all part of the deal, because John Hinckley Sr. actually was George Bush's business partner for 30 years and the founder of an organization called World Vision International, which is used by the Central Intelligence Agency, uses religion and missionary programs to actually recruit agents in other countries. And the World Visions is the parent company to the YMCA and the Young Men's Christian Association, and of course the YWCA. And then of interest, you actually had Mark David Chapman, who was wound up under the exact same Manchurian Candidate protocols as was John Hinckley.
And let's remind people, that's who killed, of course, John Lennon, right?
I was getting there. And again, what was he wound up as? He was wound up to think he was Holden Caulfield from the book Catcher in the Rye.
Yes.
That he had killed a hypocrite, and to save his sister. And oddly enough, Hinckley in the famous photograph where John Lennon stops and signs his album, Hinckley had the gun in his pocket at that time and was ready to shoot Lennon and lost his nerve. And then Hinckley disappears for about a week, where he then flies back and forth to Chicago, meets with his handler again, probably gets coded. They put a tonal code in your brain that clicks down like a time bomb, to the point of where your brain, you explodes, or you jump off a bridge, or blow your brains out, or do whatever. And then you have to make a phone call, and that phone call then has a tonal quality to it that goes beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, and it resets the tone in your head back to zero. But that's how they keep control of you. That's their psionic MK Ultra leash. And for whatever he was doing, he was being trained by this Green Beret, who he met when he was in the clinical hospitals in Hawaii. But Mark David Chapman was actually a regional counselor for the YMCA, which means he theoretically was an employee of John Hinckley. So then he shoots John Lennon in a hypnotic trance, where he has a .38 caliber Colt Detective Special in which he fires 5 bullets into Lennon's chest, and the 5th bullet goes through the 4th hole. That's how precise the placing was of the bullet. Yeah, exactly. And then if you've ever been to the Dakota, you have to walk across the street 60 feet, a 2-lane road, and the entrance to the subway is right there. And all I had to do was basically walk 60 feet across the street, walk down the stairs, and nobody would have ever seen him again. Instead, he sits on the curb, puts down the gun, pulls Catcher in the Rye out of his coat, and sits there and reads Catcher in the Rye for about 15 minutes or so until the cops show up. And they didn't even know it was him. He says, "Who's this guy on the curb?" And it was Yoko Ono who had to yell and scream and go, "That's him. That's the guy who shot my husband." And they said, "Did you just shoot John Lennon?" He said, "Yes, I did." And they, he very peacefully take him away. Now, isn't it interesting that now you have John Hinckley? John Hinckley also armed with the same weapon, with a .38 caliber Colt revolver, detective special, that he bought in Dealey Plaza, just to give him a little hint. Then is wound up to think that he is Travis Bickle from Taxi Driver, and that he has to shoot the politician to save Jodie Foster. Does that story sound familiar?
Yes.
So it's the same Manchurian Candidate mind control deal. But, again, John Hinckley never came anywhere close to shooting Reagan. What happened was when he opened fire from the crowd, remember, he has a 5-shot gun, and there were 9 shots that were actually fired at Reagan in a triangulation of fire. And the bullet that actually hit Reagan came from a tree at a 45-degree angle in a retaining wall. And the only thing that saved Reagan's life was the fact that he stopped to wave to the crowd. And when he pivoted to wave to the crowd, and I'm not even sure it was a bullet that hit Reagan first. It was what we believe to be a fletchet dart. And the fletchet dart is about the shape of a dime, and it has a shellfish toxin in it that is designed to tag and slow and confuse the target. And if you look at the Kennedy assassination, the triangulation of fire again, you have Fams, this guy Fams was his name, who admitted that he was the guy on the grassy knoll at the one triangulation. Then you have Johnny Rosselli. Johnny Rosselli is the man, and by the way, the guy who told me this was Joe Bonanno, because he's somehow married.
Bonanno, the Bonanno crime family?
Bonanno crime family. I know him.
It's funny because we've had a couple of people from the Gambino crime family. That's the ironic part on the show.
These are the Bonannos, and my brother married the ex-wife of his son, Tony Bonanno.
Wow.
Is raising his son, and so that's my brother. And then I met, so I'm like part of the family, and I'm hanging out with Bonanno on the set of Kevin Nealon actually had a show called Conspiracy Zone. Mm-hmm. And I'm backstage, and I'm like, "Look, man, who shot Kennedy?" And he goes, "I know." He says, "The guy who took the kill shot that blew that Mick Kennedy's head off was Johnny Rosselli. I spent 10 years in a cell with him at Sing Sing. There's no reason for him to lie." And he says he's the one that took the kill shot that went back into the left, and then he ran through the sewers. He took it from the storm drain. He ran through the sewers and broke the rifle down, and apparently you can actually run through the sewers.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, 3 miles on the other side.
What about E. Howard Hunt, who sued in civil court, which in civil court, as you know, doesn't require unanimous decision of beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just preponderance of the evidence, which means a shift, 51% or over. He lost because Spotlight magazine said that he was in on the JFK assassination, that he was actually the gunman in the grassy knoll, and he couldn't prove it. And on top of that, on his deathbed, he confessed to his son that he was working for the CIA for most of his adult life and was in on it and participated.
I got to slow you down a little bit here, because he was not the grassy knoll gunman. He was one of the 3
He's in front.
He was one of the 3 hobos. And they were all reporting, by the way, to a Mr. George Bush of the CIA.
That's right, George Herbert Walker Bush.
And so George Herbert Walker Bush was the one that was in on this whole thing. In essence, all working. Well, LBJ knew about it. I'm not sure if I don't think he was smart enough to mastermind the whole thing.
No.
Hold on. I have to correct you as well. That he sued the Spotlight and won a defamation case against them because they were trying to shut the Spotlight down, because the Spotlight was doing a series of articles that were denying the Holocaust. And so that made them a target, and so they had to then regroup after E. Howard Hunt sued them for defamation and all that other stuff.
But he lost the case.
No, he won. He won the case. They shut the Spotlight down.
Who was the guy that was in the sewer that's obviously in front of the car?
Johnny
on the right-hand side.
Johnny Rosselli. He was a shooter for the Chicago mob.
Once he did that shot, which again, remember the old saying, to the back and to the left, back and to the left.
Yep.
That would make sense that it's coming from the front right side in the curb from a gutter. And this guy runs out of this gutter. Does he go back and become one of the third again on the Bush side?
No, Rosselli was okay. Rosselli's in the sewer, in the storm drain. He takes the shot now, and there's another guy named Fams, F-A-M-E-S. He's the one that admits to actually being the policeman who takes the shot from the grassy knoll. There's another man who's on the overpass who's shooting from another direction. I don't know if they've ever revealed his name, but that was the triangulation of fire. The idea who Hunt may have been was the man with the umbrella, because the man with the umbrella raises his umbrella, and at the moment that happens, that signifies that Kennedy, at the moment he raises the umbrella, the car slows down to 25 miles an hour as he actually then enters the kill zone. Now, something shoots Kennedy in the throat. So during the autopsy, the doctor then sticks, it was a small slit that wasn't even that deep. It only went about 3 inches or so. And the doctor stuck his finger into the slit in Kennedy's throat and pulled out what appeared to be like a fat dime, and which was a fletched dart. Now, a Secret Service guy comes running in with a silver cup and says, "We'll take that," and you never see that again. Now, the theory is that you tag the target with this shellfish toxin fletched dart that then slows the target down, so they become obviously a better target. And when Reagan was shot in the arm, again from and look, I've got an interview with the doctor. I worked on this for not only on the investigation of this for Sci-Fi Channel, but we also did a thing for Geraldo for his show Now It Can Be Told, which is probably what got that show canceled, because the executive producers at the top said there's no way you can put this on TV, because we actually showed, if you look in the video, John Hinckley is holding a .38 revolver, and there's 9 shots that were actually fired at Reagan. So where did the other 4 shots come from? So what happens is that, I'm sorry to explain it, when the doctor finds this fletched dart that he pulls out of Reagan's lung, a guy in a hazmat suit, and this was actually in the movie the day Reagan was shot, guy in a hazmat suit comes in with a pair of tongs and a big thick lead container and says, "We'll take that," like it was going to explode. Now, when was the last time you heard of even a hollow point bullet from a .38 exploding inside somebody's body? So why
I think Litvinenko, when he got killed by the Russians, and he was plutonic, wasn't he? He was like radioactive.
Plutonium. I'm sorry, they used it's not plutonium, it's polonium is what it's called. It was polonium, 222. Which may I might want to point out, I'm convinced that that's what they actually used when they tried to kill George Harrison. Twice, I might add, when they tried to kill George Harrison, and the crazy man jumped $1 million security system to get into his castle
and stab him. Yeah, that was horrendous.
Olivia, actually, it's funny.
I wanted to ask you about Lennon's death. What do you think got Lennon killed? Do you know? Do you think he knew about it?
All right. Well, number one, I think he was a dry run to actually test the Manchurian Candidate mind control program before they used it on Reagan. That's number one. Number two, the connections. All right, now these are just connections. This is circumstantial connections between all this, which I think is interesting.
What was interesting was actually Paul, when they went back and said, "Look, John Lennon's been killed. What do you think?" And he was just really sort of cold about it. That's always stood out for me.
Well, because I'm of the opinion that man is not really Paul McCartney. But that's a whole...
So can I say something about Hunt?
Sorry.
When George Walker was trying to get in to be affiliated with Reagan, and
wait a minute, Jerry Bear. Is this about John Lennon?
About Hunt, because you guys were talking about Hunt.
We're talking about John Lennon. You want to finish it? Can we finish the John Lennon thought before we get back to Hunt? Let's finish the John Lennon thought. Stand by 1 second.
Yeah, all right. So what you were saying then was that you think he's the Peter Campbell, the lookalike Lennon contest. I mean, the Paul McCartney contest.
Let me put it to you this way: I'm working on a movie right now called Fall. I knew George Harrison. My uncle was like an astrologer for him. He lived in his houses. He took care of stuff, and I was dating Christina Arias, who is Olivia's younger sister. So there's 3 sisters. There's Olivia. And there's Linda, who's married to my Uncle Carl. And when George broke up with Patty and she went with Eric Clapton, George would signal, and my uncle said, "Well, you want me to set you up with my wife's sister?" And he wound up marrying Olivia. And Olivia was...
Have you seen The Last Testament of George Harris?
I have. And look, I asked George Harrison to his face, is Paul McCartney a fake? Did he really die in 1966? He put everything down. He sat across from me. He looked around and he said, "It ain't worth me life, mate." That's what he said, unquote.
So basically, we have a fake person.
Well, he called him Fall, but let me put it to you this way. voice experts will tell you that before 1966 there was one Paul McCartney. After 1966 there were 2 and possibly 3 different people who were actually singing on the albums. That's number 1. Number 2, this Paul McCartney after 1966 is 5'11". The Paul McCartney before 1966 is 5'8" and is the same size as John Lennon. After 1966, and this is the kicker for you kids. All right, you know the album Band on the Run by Paul McCartney?
Yes.
Okay. Band on the Run was written because Paul McCartney goes to Japan. He tries to smuggle a suitcase full of pot into Japan, and he gets caught by the Japanese authorities. Well, the Japanese authorities run his police record from when he was arrested in Hamburg, Germany in 1960. And they find that the eye color doesn't match because pre-1966, Paul has brown eyes, and post-1966, Paul has green eyes. Plus, his fingerprints don't match. So now the Japanese police are calling MI6 and saying, 1, who are you trying to pawn off on the Japanese people? This person's a fake and he's an imposter. And that was their thing, that he was going to perform for millions of Japanese. And what kind of fools do you think we are that you're trying to fawn an imposter off on us? Which is a reason why Paul McCartney sat in prison for 2 weeks while MI6 tried to straighten all this out, that he didn't have the same color eyes, he wasn't the same height, he didn't have the same fingerprints as the guy of Paul McCartney pre-1966. And let me also point out that the last interview that they all did together, remember the Beatles used to all be good friends and they did all these interviews together, was August 28th of 66. And after, I believe, his car accident when they switched him, which was oddly enough September 11th, mind you, of 1966, 9/11, but they reversed it, which is why they get it wrong sometimes, because they sometimes believe they're trying to tell you that it was the 9th of November, but they switch it where they put the other day first, but it was really 9/11 of 66. You don't have the Beatles really giving a single interview together. They did the Let It Be album, but there's no camaraderie. And I think that, first off, I think John Lennon was sublimating an immense amount of, pain and suffering, because he was shooting a movie, I think, Oh, What a Lovely War or something. He was shooting a movie in France. Mm-hmm. And this was when Brian Epstein and basically the head of MI6 and a guy by the name of Neil Aspinall at the time, who was basically acting as the voice for McCartney. And he was switched with William Campbell and the Billy Shears thing, and that's when they did all the plastic surgery and all this other stuff. But the bottom line was that MI6, you don't have to sign anything. You're under what's called the Military Official Secrets Act in England. So you're subject to the Queen. You don't have to sign anything or sign a document or whatever else. They basically told them this is how it's going to be. Number 1, if the Beatles were to collapse and we went public with this, the economy of Britain, they would have had to have devalued the pound, because their main export at the time was Beatles records that were making millions of dollars, and the economy would crash. Number 2, MI6 says we are not going to have the suicidal deaths of thousands, possibly tens of thousands of young people all killing themselves. And this is how it's going to be. We're going to basically swap this guy out, and the Beatles are going to continue, and we'll just slowly sort of let people down. And, Lennon was told, you're going to like it or you're going to lump it. We either kill you and everybody that you know, and they just kind of went along with it. So I think they got a better Paul. By the way, before 1966, Paul could barely play the bass guitar. And after 1966, suddenly he can play the bass guitar, he can play the guitar, he can play the piano, he can play all these, he plays every instrument. So they basically got kind of like a better Paul. My interest in this, and let me point out that not only does Lennon sublimate his anger by starting to put all these crazy clues into the albums, which, by the way, were just discovered by somebody in America and Detroit in 1969. They were there all along. This one guy who says, I made up...
These are like creepy Aleister Crowley type backward sort of putting music in, what do we call it, subliminal, backward speaking.
Because that was because Paul McCartney, the new Paul McCartney, the Billy Campbell or Billy Shears or whatever you want to call him, he was hanging out with Charles Manson when they were here in Los Angeles. And he was fascinated by Crowley, fascinated by devil worship, fascinated by Crowley's stuff about getting information in backwards and forwards. So, he was a big time, the new guy, Paul, was kind of a big time devil guy. And the genius behind the Sgt. Pepper. And look at Sgt. Pepper's. You have Neil Aspinall, who belongs to a group called, I think it was like Billy and the Pepper Pots. And it's all about one person dying, and the whole Sgt. Pepper's is a funeral, and about, a new band taking their place. I mean, it's all genius, which I think was supplementing what was going on with John Lennon. Now, why did they kill him? And once again, it's all theory. You can't prove any of this, but I believe that Ronald Reagan, here's the facts. Ronald Reagan gets in, and Ronald Reagan begins the largest massive military buildup in peacetime history.
Yes, Reaganomics.
And this was supposedly to basically shame the Russians and end the Cold War by building up the massive military on the one hand, meeting with Gorbachev in Reykjavik, and Gorbachev basically spit in Reagan's face, and Reagan said, "This is it. You're going down."
Reykjavik, Iceland.
Reykjavik, Iceland, right? And that's when Reagan, that's when Reagan began funding the Mujahideen, which is our buddy Osama bin Laden again, for him to basically fight the Russians to a standstill. They all knew that Afghanistan it's the graveyard of empires. So anybody, all the way back to Alexander the Great, that's ever gone into Afghanistan has been destroyed, including the United States, by the way. Because
right.
why do you go into Afghanistan? You go into it because you want the heroin. You
yes.
Want the poppies. And let's hear it for our veterans that keep that heroin going. And what's the number one problem in the West now is
heroin
and opioid addiction.
That's right.
So the essence of this is Reagan does a three-pronged assault where he starts funding the Mujahideen to fight the Russians to a standstill. He starts building up the military, and at the same time we start faking the ruble and turning their stock market and their bond market into complete junk, which then leads to 27 years ago, I think it is, the collapse of the Berlin Wall. Now, ride this with me. You'll notice that all of these socially conscious people, with the exception of Bob Dylan, and there's even a theory out there that they may have swapped out Bob Dylan a long time ago. But if you look at Jimi Hendrix, who had a military background, if you look at, Janis Joplin, if you look at, like, for example, Keith Moon, this is a very weird thing, because Keith Moon, Mama Cass Elliot, and Janis Joplin, I'm not quite so sure about Janis Joplin, but I believe it was Janis Joplin, all of them died in Harry Nilsson's apartment in London.
What?
Yep. Look it up.
Didn't they all write UFO songs?
They did.
Experience songs.
Kind of. Let me give you one other interesting aspect of this. Mark Lane was the attorney that wrote the book Rush to Judgment. And Mark Lane was the guy that helped Jim Garrison. This is how deep this goes. That helps Jim Garrison with his case to prosecute Clay. Oh, that's all off the top of my head, and all these names are...
Yeah, Bill Garrison was
What's
in the Oliver Stone movie JFK. He was the district attorney for New Orleans.
Was prosecuting Clay Shaw as the only person that had to do with the Kennedy assassination. Well, Mark Lane was assisting him in all this stuff, and Mark Lane writes a book called Rush to Judgment. So Mark Lane gets woken up with a phone call at 3:30 in the morning, and he's like, who's this? And he says, and he has a voice on the other line that says, well, this bloke couldn't have done it by himself now, could he? And he goes, what? Who is this? And he says, this is Paul McCartney.
What?
What? And they start talking about it. And McCartney says, look, I want to give you a gift. Because Lane says, well, we're working on a movie about Rush to Judgment now. And McCartney says, well, I'd like to be involved. And he says, look, this is really dangerous. You don't know really what you're doing. And this is a bad thing for maybe you to be associated with. And McCartney said, well, I'd like to do a soundtrack for you. How about that? And he says, once again, well, you've really got to consider this because, this is dangerous stuff and you never know what might happen to you. If Paul McCartney in 1964 had come out to say that he believed there was a conspiracy behind Kennedy being assassinated, hokey smokes. Can you imagine the change, the shift in consciousness of all these kids now realizing that maybe LBJ or whatever, murdered Kennedy? So there's an interesting sideline for you that Mark Lane actually had conversations with Paul McCartney, who believed in the conspiracy behind JFK. So now let me continue with Lennon. The thing with Lennon is that all these socially conscious people were being killed. That's number one. Number two, John Lennon, who basically Yoko Ono was his mind control handler, and she's the one that hooked him on heroin, and she's the one that kind of locked him up in the house. And then when she didn't want
the one that dated Hillary Clinton.
Oh yeah, and she was she was lesbian licking Hillary Clinton as well.
In the 70s, that's right.
In the 70s, when she was going, let me finish. Okay, yes, we got a break.
No, finish. I just want to say we are also joined by another Revolution listener who is a big fan of you, Bill Grant. So I just want to introduce him.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, guys. I figured I'd join in on the other Trumpkin Spice, fellow Trumpkin Spice lovers.
Yeah.
I do have a few things to say, but I know Sean's got a lot more.
Yeah. Let's let Sean finish, and then by all means, Bill.
I'm almost there. So, when Lennon finally came out with the Double Fantasy album. It was a huge hit. It was a big deal. There were all kinds of songs on it. He was back. He, in my opinion, was the only person that could probably put 1 million people in the street as peace activists and protesters to possibly stop Reagan and his war machine and the military buildup. Here's where it gets weirder. Ronald Reagan borrows all the money for his military buildup from the Japanese, specifically Sumitomo Bank. You know whose dad happened to be chairman of Sumitomo Bank?
Who?
Yoko Ono.
No.
Here's where it gets weirder. You would think that Yoko's just some weird crazy person that made the world safe for the B-52s, out in Japan somewhere. She was roommates in college with Linda Eastman, who eventually married Paul McCartney.
You're
Who owned
kidding me.
Kodak.
That is definitely news for me.
Both of them go to the same school, same time, are roommates together. Then are both of them actually mind control handlers for John and Paul?
I would think so. That would make sense because Yoko Ono really controlled Lennon to everything, to go off alone, leave the Beatles, and so many things. I mean, he was so whipped on Yoko Ono. It just bewilders me how John Lennon, one of the most famous people and influential people of that era, is literally taking orders from Yoko Ono.
And gunned down by this. And let me point out that after the death of Lennon, when the Beatles were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Paul McCartney didn't show up. By the way, Paul McCartney's star is way over on the other side of Hollywood Boulevard, whereas the three Beatles actually have their stars right out in front of Capitol Records. Paul McCartney's star is way the hell down by, like Laurel Canyon Boulevard, way down the other side of Hollywood. And he did not get his star until something like 10 years later. When they went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and it was only Ringo and George. George kind of broke down crying, and he said, "I miss my friends, John Lennon and Paul McCartney." 3 days later was when this nut job jumped $1 million security system, got into George's house, slashed George with a knife 40 times. The only thing that saved his life was Olivia picked up a fire poker and cracked this guy in the back of the head. And they hid upstairs while George kept this guy at bay with a chair for almost 4 hours before the police showed up, with this guy storming back and forth with a knife going, "You know what you did, you know what you said, you know what you did, you know what you said." And then he mysteriously dies of cancer, which I'm convinced was polonium poisoning, when he went down. But he was a wonderful human being. And anyway, that explains the whole thing. And I'm working on a film script right now called Fall, F-A-U-L, that I think is going to be one of the greatest things ever about what really happened behind the scenes.
Well, let me know when it's ready, because I do have connections of people who produce actual Hollywood movies, not to mention the actors and actresses that have been on the show. But
Our film production company is weeks away from finally being funded by a huge fund in Ireland, and we're off to the races, man. Then we're all going to make movies, and I'm going to call all my friends and hire them. So all right, so that's it. So that's my whole John Lennon mind control story, and that's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it.
Well, now, since we got literally 10 minutes left, unless you guys want to go a few minutes over, I want to ask Bill what you wanted to comment on.
I got like 5 things I'll go through kind of quick and elaborate just a little bit. First, I did want to bring up my word, Trumpkin Spice, and, Reagan and the Star Wars program. Sean, I'm pretty sure Reagan did the Star Wars program partly because of what you wrote in your book and how they played him in the Senators. But you got you years ago, many years ago, like you brought up, Sean, they kept saying they wanted to build a wall, and the Bushes pushed it through. They got the money, it disappeared, but they really wanted that super militarized. I mean, they were talking a double wall with like a road in between, down in like a 20-foot ditch or something, right? Fully militarized, sensors,
good,
lasers,
good,
electrical fences. Yeah, all right. But I also suggest towers in the areas you can't, which they know of course. Towers, like Trump says, you can't have it completely literally, and he is correct about that, and not in every single area. But you can put very tall, very large towers spread between neighborhoods and homes, and have them watching everything. And then you have the Navy out in the Gulf, right? But to skip ahead, just to throw this out there, it doesn't really relate, but I want the police back in blue. So back in blue is my thing, and I want to ban Hillary when it comes to the stuff with Hillary in the states. The states can ban her from entering their state using their airports, right? And two of those shooters, Sean, that shot JFK were supposedly in the area where Teddy came from on the way to Chappaquiddick Bridge. Yeah. And I know a little about that, but I'll skip it. But I wanted to get to all these violent rioting protesters for Hillary. We already know they don't vote, can't vote, not old enough, or they just choose not to. But what do we see?
Choose not to is the key word. Yeah.
This is very important. This is actually very important. Now, Trump gets hundreds or thousands of average people, all kinds, every kind of person shows up to all his events everywhere he goes. All kinds of average people, not rioting, not violent.
Yep.
What do you not see in that much people contrasted against the next to zero at Hillary's little riot sessions? What do you see in a concentrated little area that all agree they like Hillary? You see lots of open communists, witches, and obvious Satanists, obvious and socialist, and people looking for handouts.
Well,
Flabby,
I disagree with the Satanist part, but it's okay. Go ahead. You're absolutely right. All those people that were hold on one second. All those people that were Bernie Sanders supporters are just people who are bad at math. They're just bad at math. When Bernie Sanders gets up there and you add up his budget, and it's $20 trillion in the first year because everything's free. You're gonna get everything free. You're gonna get the health care free. You're gonna get your school free. You're gonna get your loans paid. It's all gonna be free. And I'm just like, and yet Bernie Sanders is the biggest shill for the military-industrial complex. If you want money for guns that blow stuff up, Bernie Sanders is your boy. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, thanks. That's all I basically had to say, except that you're right about the Satanists not being as obvious or as many, but it does seem that there are some seemingly obvious Satanists there. And my only involvement, my involvement behind the scenes, which I had seriously feared Hillary getting in office for, is my people behind the scenes dealing with the actual Satanists with ultra high tech. See, Hillary and Bill were not allowed to know this stuff, and my biggest fear was she'll be in charge of this ultra technology that the Satanists, actual just kill people on a slab Satanists that I personally know, that she'd have access. I mean, the worst frigging nightmare. But go ahead.
No, if you know all these people, then you need better friends. We should say that. I'm not.
Frenemies.
Yeah, a frenemy. I just look. Again, it's the sheep from Animal Farm. Some animals are more equal than others. They're the pigs that are the guys in charge that then train the mindless ones to then go out there. And look, they're more to be, in my opinion, again, they're more to be pitied than feared because they really are. I don't even know how to describe it. I mean, you'll notice that you're not getting any conversation from any of these people in the press because they're too stupid. I mean, if you went up and talked to them like, well, did you vote? Well, no. Well, how can you be out here rioting if you didn't even vote for, you don't even know what you're talking about? Why do you hate Trump? Oh, he's a bigot. Okay. Well, okay. So how does that work? Again, please remember that Donald Trump has these people are really victims of society. They're like I said, Ayn Rand wrote the article, The Capanoches, about children that were raised in jars to be deformed, to be put in the freak show. And I mean, I know they're stupid and I know they're ignorant, but they're victims of society. And for upwards of a year now, there's been this scare campaign in the mainstream media, and you've got it in comedians, you've got it all flowing out from The Daily Show. This is why for me it was such a Schadenfreude joy to watch all these people basically eat their crow pie.
Yeah.
Because it was the mainstream media. Look, 6,000 different forms of media in the United States, all run by 6 people, all of them against the Trumps. They don't know anything that doesn't come out of a gadget that they poke in their hand. And yet you've got Eric Schmidt, who was my former next-door neighbor, who bought my mom's house. You've got Zuckerberg. You've got Google. You've got Facebook, all aligned against Trump. And it worked this magic. It threw this pixie dust evil glamour, this glitter in the eyes of all these young Americans and on people really all around the world. I mean, remember the days when Obama was going to Germany and he was being mobbed by crowds of hundreds of thousands of people. Of course, I don't like him so much now after he and his buddy Hillary, went over there and blew up Libya and destroyed Iraq and basically gave birth to ISIS by making war with Assad Bashar. Because once he goes, it basically creates a vacuum that they'll put 300,000 Christians to the sword. I mean, I'd love to be a citizen of an independent, Washington state. You notice all these people that were against the Brexit and against Britain leaving Europe are now all for California, Washington, Oregon, all joining Canada, or becoming, the cow nation of COW. But I mean, but the problem now is the same one that it's always been. The loudest voices for the ecotopia scenario, wherein California, Oregon, and Washington all secede, are people who are these propagandized, brainwashed, mind-numbed, completely emotional, logicless, knee-jerk left conformists who could only be expected to set up, and you know what they would do with California and Washington and Oregon? They would set up another authoritarian, totalitarian dictatorship where you couldn't use plastic bags at the grocery store. Oh wait, we have that now. But and with Trump as president, you could say thank God they actually legalized marijuana in California, because these people are going to need it. They're really going to need their hippie lettuce to get used to the fact that suddenly their taxes are lower and there's jobs and they're kicking out people that don't speak the language and are here illegally. I mean, this is the case 3 decades ago, and it is now. What they're talking about, the Cal exit and petitions by Oregonians to have Oregon secede, are just the result of bad education, poor sportsmanship, poor losers, sour grapes, a culture where nobody wins and loses, but everybody gets a little trophy for participating. I mean, whatever you want to call it. USC, my university, had protests, which is unheard of. Isla Vista had protests. Portland has protests. Seattle. But the protesters are all victims of this MK Ultra mind control. At least 98% of them are, and don't really have not only full command of the facts, but full command of being able to actually use their minds. So I say we have to treat them with mercy and respect and slowly deprogram them from the damage that has been done by the cult of Hillary. And please remember, America as we know it, and by the way, all of us here, let me compliment everybody here, because you know what they're calling us now? They call us the alt.right. We're the alt.right, and we're the kings. We're the kings of this now, because we're the ones that people are listening to for the first time. People know, and this is why the media is so stunned, why people wouldn't vote for Hillary Clinton, because the majority of people who listen to us know that she is a criminal, racketeering, possibly child molesting, murderess.
Yes.
And that she has hundreds. Now, let me point out the difference between the Bushes and the Clintons. The Bushes used their power and the might and the treasure and the blood of America
they were open about it,
to enforce their personal agenda on the world. When we went to war with Noriega in Panama, it was called Operation Just Cause.
Well, also, I have a friend who says it wasn't a war, it was a robbery.
It was called Operation Just Cause. And somebody asked President Bush, why was it called that? And he said, quote, just 'cause that little effer pissed me off. That's what it was called. Operation. Yeah, just 'cause that little effer pissed me off. And there was somebody that went to Panama, and I think it was like Nelson Rockefeller or David Rockefeller or whatever else, and some cabana boy like spilled something on him, and he jumped up and slapped the crap out of this cabana boy. And Noriega said, Senor, you must be careful. He owns 12 of your companies. He owns 12 of your companies because he's the cabana boy.
Sad. That is
so
definitely sad.
we in the United States belong to a cult where you have to accept certain things. You have to accept homosexuality. You have to accept that Bruce Jenner is a guy. Or, I'm sorry, is a woman who's a beautiful, brave woman. Yeah, exactly. You have to accept all of these things. That white people are bad, that black people are superior, that all white people are racist, that it's not okay for you to hang out with other white people or black people to hang out with other black people, even though we have freedom of association.
I was just gonna say I have black friends all over the place. It's pathetic.
beyond the Wiccan purple and the devil worshiping and the spirit dinners where you're eating semen and placentas and whatever else, and all these recent developments, as with most cults, because you have to understand that the media is a cult. If you don't believe what the media wants you to believe, you're shunned from the cult like an Amish who shaves his beard. In Russia, everybody got sent to the gulags, not for crimes, but because, and this is what they call us now, by the way, it's called, ready for this? It's called alternative reality disorder. That if you believe that somebody else was responsible for 9/11, if you believe that there's...
tablet for that.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to say I've got a tablet for that.
There you go. But yeah, for what I call ARD, which is alternative reality disorder. If you believe in the Constitution, if you believe the government is a corporation, which you can prove, if you believe that you can send packages for 3 cents because the Constitution says that the post office is supposed to send first-class mail for 3 cents, which I do all the time. I just sent a package to Lithuania. It was going to cost me $75. It cost me 2 3-cent stamps to send a package to Lithuania because I understand that the United States Post Office is still there as part of the Republic and under the Constitution, and it was overlaid with a corporation called the United States Postal Service, just like Internal Revenue and the Treasury was laid over by another corporation called Internal Revenue Service. Do you remember the Rush Limbaugh show in the early 90s when Rush actually played this utterly bizarre episode where there was some sort of bell-ringing ceremony for First Lady Hillary Clinton? I don't think it's on YouTube, but it predates YouTube by a lot. These feminist, neo-pagan, full-on Wiccan witch types rang these bells for about 10 minutes around Hillary, and Hillary appeared to go into some sort of megalomaniacal trance. I mean, her eyes rolling up in her head and the whole thing. So we have to treat the protesters more as victims as rather than enemies, because they literally just don't know any better. There we go. That's my tirade on it.
Agreed. Well said. Well said. Listen, we've already gone a couple minutes over. That's
Okay.
fine. But
Sorry about
I
that.
do want to ask if Johnny or Jerry Bear or Bill have one final thought to ask you before you make a final statement.
Yeah, I'd like to ask, with Trump being very similar to Britex, do you think he'll want to employ Nigel Farage?
Employ what, Nigel? I'm sorry, what?
Now Trump's going to become the president on similar basis like the Britex, where rather than being for corporations all the time, they chose to listen to the people and voted in that big sway of the unvoters that have come and voted. You've had the same reaction. So now you've had all these people that haven't voted in the past come and vote and say, look, we want to hear what he's got to say, because Trump has been speaking very similar to what our Nigel Farage was speaking like in England before we broke away from Europe. And it was on the same sort of sounding. So that, it's what's being said here in England is that they may even make Nigel Farage a lord in England so that he will have a better palais relation with Mr. Trump,
Well, I think you're looking at a trifecta. I think, why not? I'm convinced that France is going to do the same thing. Look, I mean, after 2012, this is everything that I was talking about, that after 2012, for the first time in 26,000 years, we're operating on full brain capacity. We have a veil that's been lifted off the right-hand quantum side of the brain. It's the apocalypse, that which is hidden is now being revealed. And look at what's going on with the emails. And nobody can keep anything secret. Everybody's being exposed for who they are. And this is the veil coming off the right-hand side of the brain. Quite simply, that now we're operating with a full set of marbles, if you will, for the first time in 26,000 years. And this is simply the after effect of all the amazing and stunning, incredible things. I mean, the solar eclipse with the alignment of the Pleiades for the first time in 26,000 years. You've got the two Venus versions that actually pound the planet with the love vibration, if you will. You have people finally understanding that the societies we know it, everybody's afraid that it's going to collapse. Well, it has to collapse because it's all based on slavery. We are Babylon. We do nothing but make money on money. The top 50 companies in the world only 2 of them freaking make anything. Walmart, which is 49th, which doesn't even make anything. It distributes Chinese crap. And 47th is Microsoft. Every single other company is an insurance company or a bank, which means they make money off money or people paying into it because they're afraid something bad will happen. And the number 1 company on earth is Barclays because they handle the money of the Queen and the royal family and a lot of the Bank of International Settlements and the Vatican. And the Vatican is the official owner of the Corporation of the United States of America.
And it's funny you mentioned Barclays because I just got 2 new cards from the Barclays Bank.
Wow, good for you. Good for you.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
you know, and again,
the Queen's Bank is actually Coots Bank. It's called.
Well, one way or another, I'm telling you, Barclays is the number 1 corporation on earth, and all of them now are now facing a point where the interest on everything real. And let me focus on this. There's only $75 trillion of actual stuff in the world. 75 trillion. That's it, of actual stuff. When you hear about these derivatives that run into the quadrillions, when you run into the there's the joke about the there's a blonde girl and she has a redhead sister. And the redhead sister calls the blonde and she goes, "Oh my God, I made love to 2 Brazilians last night." And her blonde sister goes, "Oh, you slut. How many is a Brazilian?" You laughed. You stepped on my joke. Anyway, I'm just saying that the whole system has to collapse because now we're at the point where the interest is outstripping the value of anything real. So when you talk about 300 trillion in debt for the United States, the 20 trillion on the books, but the rest of it out there as far as entitlements and whatever else, again, there's only $75 trillion worth of stuff. So when these bankers start talking about, oh, we'll give Greece a deal or whatever, it's all made up money. It's a mathematical equation somewhere.
So rather than quantitative easing, what you're saying is talk to these bank owners or whoever the money's or debt's owned to and ask them to write it off.
Right. And it's no problem for them because they've already gotten paid. If I loan you $100 and I say, okay, well, here's the VIC on that. And then I say, well, tomorrow you're going to owe me 110 and then it's 125 and it's 150. All right, a month from now you come back and you say, well, here's your $100. I'm like, wait a minute. There was interest on that. Where's the other $100? And you're like, well, screw you. I've paid you the $100 that I owe you. And I go, what? You're going to default on your loan? But you're defaulting on money that I just made up out of thin air, that you got to go find a way to sweat and bleed, and bleed for. And once again, as I was saying, the difference between the Clintons and the Bushes was that the Bushes used the might and treasure and blood of the United States of America to enforce their own personal vendettas and their business deals, whereas the Clintons, they only killed everybody that got in their way, anybody that they owned money. So it's sort of like The Godfather meets the Beverly Hillbillies, if you will. They have a personal body count of anybody that messed with them, as opposed to the Bushes, which they're all part of, by the way. I mean, it's, Bill Clinton is the, one of the illegitimate grandchildren of Winthrop Rockefeller. There's a story to be told in there somewhere where Hillary may quite possibly also be a Rockefeller as well. But, I know the story very well about Bill, at least, and how he rose to power. Hillary was the one that was on the outside that was banging Saul Alinsky, who needed Bill to get her in with the popular kids so that she could control everybody. That's her thing, because nobody's ever liked Hillary. Not ever.
That's right.
And again, she was denied in 2008 by the Bilderbergers, who said, look, the dogs don't like you. We can't sell you as a product to the American people. And there was this joke that was told about, literally at this conference, in front of
Don't you remember the joke during the Bill Clinton administration? I don't like President Clinton or her husband.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. Yeah. And that's also when she tried to move. She tried to move into the vice president's office, and Gore got up on his hind legs and said, don't dare. You're not vice president of the United States, and if you do this, I'll embarrass you to the press. But the joke that was told at the Illuminati, the Bilderberg guys in 2008 was, there's a dog food company, spends millions of dollars on an ad campaign, and they go broke because they can't sell any of this dog food. And the CEO puts everybody together, and he goes, we spent millions of dollars in Super Bowl commercials. What's wrong? Why can't we sell this? And Scruffy, the janitor in the back, raises his hand. And the guy says, yes, Scruffy. And Scruffy goes, because the dogs don't like it. And that's the secret, that nobody liked Hillary Clinton. She's vicious. She's venal. And look, the people who listened to us, the alt.media, who realized they didn't come out. You know what they said to the pollsters? Screw you. I don't believe the press. When Donald Trump was doing the debates and he's like, 3 against 1, huh? Number one. Number two, when Hillary was getting the questions.
When they said that, and he said, 3 against 1. That was great that he said that. And that's been the thing. He's not using an auto cue. He's speaking out of his heart. And that's the difference, guys. You've got someone who's speaking from the heart, who means well for you people, for the good people, for real people, you know.
It's a great thing because I don't think, again, you're absolutely right. I don't think he can be controlled. You know, he's got billions of dollars. He's not even taking the salary, and he ran because, you know, I do think he loves this country, and I do think that he really wants to do right. My fear is that they can threaten him in so many ways. They can threaten,
and they already have.
Yeah, they can threaten his family. They can threaten, you know, threaten him with death. They can threaten whatever. I think he's keeping his head down. What I don't want to see is him now getting cowed and him, you know, getting all the establishment guys that got us in all this trouble in the first place. You know, the Newt Gingriches and the John Boltons
and Reince Priebus and you know, all these other establishment people that are already there that he's already appointed.
Well, and who also were, you know, we're all against him. The good thing that we can say about this is for the first time in 30 years, actually maybe more than that. Yeah, first time in 30 years we don't have a Bush or a Clinton in power or on a ticket anywhere. So, you know, that's a pretty amazing thing. We went for a couple of years without any Clintons under Obama, but you know, we all knew they were all good.
And you know, it's too late for Hillary to ever run again. I mean, this was her last and final shot.
Oh, it's everything she ever wanted. It's everything. And it's so amazing. I mean, knowing how utterly she is, as these New York cops said, the personification of the Antichrist. I mean, between her and Bill, the two of them, I think Bill's going to be dead, quite possibly of AIDS or whatever he has within the next year.
Something, gonorrhea, AIDS, all of the above, all the STDs, and then some.
Hillary's in pretty bad shape, and again, I still think that Obama's probably going to pardon all of them. And
yes, I agree. I agree.
Watch for the word tribunal. We're gonna see tribunals that'll be every bit as big as the Nuremberg trials, if you will, to go after this, you know, this global crime syndicate that they put together that they call the Clinton Foundation. And look, I was laughing at a lot of my friends on this, where, you know, I'm looking at them shaking my head, going, you know, you people live like Republicans, and you vote like Haitian boat people, and then even the Haitian boat people wouldn't vote for the Clintons because they stole all their money too. So you know, so there's that. And it's fun to get on your show and talk about politics and you know, everything. And you know, I think I'm praying it's our job to be critics. It's our job to be outside the cult. It's our job to poke to the center of the truth, to you know get those fingers in there, to, you know, inside the gooey, sticky gray part of people's brains, you know, to do a little brain salad surgery on everybody out there to make sure that they're, you know, that we actually get the, you know, we actually get the truth out. And that's our jobs, and that's what we in the alternative media are doing. And you're noticing that people are listening to us.
Yes.
So, yeah, we have a great responsibility now to continue to make sure our facts are straight, to continue to make sure that we're presenting this in an entertaining manner, and that, you know, the hope for the millennials and the Gen Xers is they're not listening to the major networks. They're, you know, the CNNs and the Foxes and the you know, the MSNBC, which stands
all run by the same people,
mostly saying nothing.
So can I mention something now?
Sure, sure. Go ahead, Jer. Since we're
as an altar boy,
gotta wrap up. Yeah, go ahead, Jer.
Don't be mad. You're the one that came.
I'm not mad at all. Can't you joke with my joke?
Yeah.
All I'm trying to I'd like to sum it up then.
Altar boy.
That
He's my
we are the alternative radio, and that I'm standing with a pledge. I'd ask you, Sean, to step up with your show to make us, your listeners, accountable to call these entities of Washington, D.C., the White House, to show. I'd like you to know if you'll do that and bring that about to show the platform that we need the citizens to act as the boss.
And he is 5 days a week. That's what I like about him, and I'm very happy to have him on the Coast to Coast PM Radio Network.
I know in that point, but to mention that, hey, my listeners, you want to stay on the ball, we need to make calls.
Yes.
That's all I'm saying, Sean.
Right.
God bless.
Deal. God bless you.
Well, Sean, any final statement before we end the show? And I want to ask you if you could stay on for a couple minutes after.
Okay. Once again, you can find me. You know, you can find us on Coast to Coast PM. I hope you got that copyrighted now.
That's right.
Coast to Coast PM. Strange Universe Radio, freedomslips.com, revolutionradio.co, because they literally couldn't buy the M. So it's revolutionradio.co, and that's Monday through Friday from 3 to 5 Pacific. Also, please buy my books. You can go on Amazon, or please go on the Strange Universe Radio website, because obviously we make more money. We got to pay like Amazon like $7 a book.
Yes.
Sands of Time, Volume 1, 2, and Volume 3, Isomer Protocol, which is a standalone book. If you want to just try Volume 1, actually just try Volume 1 and see how amazing the book is and how much you learn from it, and then you can come back for the other two.
I've already thought it was amazing. Like I
Thank
said,
you.
I read it, and I'm waiting for 2 and 3. I gave you the address, so
Okay.
I'm very excited.
I'll
And
send you
you
books.
are going to be a regular guest, and on top of that, we are going to be syndicating your show. So with that being said, I want to thank you all. Let me go down through my list of what I have to say. First of all, we have 5 networks. We have, first of all, our Coast to Coast PM radio network, which we are adding shows. Sean David Morton will be the anchor show, considering he has more shows than us. And then on top of that, we have Navy SEAL Lieutenant Bob Wiegand and some other hosts in the works. And this will be building up globally. This is a global network, and Sean already touches far more people than Coast to Coast AM than George Norrie will ever
That's the
ever
truth. We're
touch.
like 10 times him now, right?
Absolutely. 275,000 people. That's pretty bad, actually. Really bad. But I want to say we have Late Night in the Midlands taking our show, as well as PSN. Those are both based in the U.S. And of course, we do have Deep Program Radio Network in the United Kingdom and newly added Pulse Talk Radio. That is also in the UK, and that is thankfully Johnny Webb was putting that together. We're working also with a Spanish station, and I'm not talking about in Mexico. I'm talking about in Spain and an Australian station. And I said this multiple times. Our very own Coast to Coast PM radio network, which is launched, and that's where you're listening to right now. And very soon you'll be able to hear Sean on both Wolf Skill Radio,
Wolf
Spirit, and of course Revolution. And not to mention, we also have, of course, ours, like I said, Coast to Coast PM. Then we also want to offer some promotions, which you'll all get to hear again. ZoxPro.com/DRJ. You get 25% off. Don't forget the Watcher series. You have 2 different offers, which are over 60% off if you get them through our site. And if you go to DRJ Radio Live, drjradiolive.com, you can click on Books and Videos tabs, scroll down to the guest, like Sean David Morton, and it'll take you to his authors page, or whichever page Tom Schaefer set up. And so I'd like to thank him for that, for always adding every new guest who has a book and putting them in that slot. And don't worry, everybody, we are working on the chat room getting back up and running to be better than ever. I also want to say the Resonance Academy, run by Nassim Harriman, that is also one of our sponsors. And don't forget that we have domain registrations, which are cheaper than other places. And all you have to do is follow the website and take a peek at the commercial that you heard in the middle of the show, which has all the proper links. And Exopolitics Institute, where I am now an official advisor, which will be pretty cool. Haven't gone down that route yet, but I was asked to be on there, which is I think a blessing. And of course, Linda Moulton Howe's earthfiles.com and Dr. Greer's seriousdisclosure.com. That's another website and another one of the sponsors that we have on the show. Now, I do want to thank, of course, my team. We have Johnny Webb in the UK, where it is 5:20 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time in the morning in London. And this poor guy does a lot of work behind the scenes to get the show up and running, and of course to put it in the other stations as well. And I want to thank Tom Schaefer for setting everything up to, of course, for the network and this show prior to the show going on live. And Lou Sheehan out there, wherever you may be, thank you for all your help behind the scenes. And, of course, all our volunteers. But the most important people that need to be thanked are the listeners. And again, I want to thank Sean David Morton, our guest. I want to thank, like I said, my staff. But the most important people are you, the listener. Remember, disclosure is in your hands. Remember, tomorrow night we have Preston Dennett. Just stay to the website and you will see who else is coming on very, very soon. And like I said, join us tomorrow night. And with that being said, like I said, disclosure's in your hand. All you have to do is use whatever skill you have. Take this information and use it. Spread it. Because we're not going to have POTUS standing on the White House lawn telling us all the things that we know to be true and saying, oh, by the way, we have all these crash discs and the deals with different ETs and everything. It's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. Disclosure is only going to happen by you, the people. Remember that. You, the people, are the most important for this to happen. So with that being said, I want to remind you one final time. Disclosure is in your hands. With that being said, this is Dr. J, and I am officially signing off. Yes. Thank you so much, Bill. Everybody out there, get ready for much, much more because alternative media is growing.